You expect that to continue, I would think, until they have a contract.
I wonder if he's going to actually march, and I wonder if he's going to hold up a sign, and I wonder if he's going to chant. Does he know any of the chants? Do you think they prepped him on that?
That would be quite the advanced session, right? Going over the chants on the plane on the way here. We don't know a lot of details of what exactly he plans to do other than deliver remarks. Sean Fain did hand the president a red UAW hat on the tarmac, and so it'll be interesting to see if the president actually wears that or any other UAW gear as he stands on the picket line with the workers.
All right, Jordan, thanks so much for catching up with us on this. Obviously, we're going to continue to cover it. Jordan Fabian there covers the White House for Bloomberg News. You know, we saw President Biden get into the Beast, which is, I'm kind of obsessed with this vehicle, and I have been for a long time.
Surprise.
It seems like a good time to talk about it as he's in Detroit, right? GM designed this truck, and I think it was about a $20 million contract to bring one out. It looks like a car, but it has 8-inch thick steel walls. It's built on a big heavy-duty truck platform. The glass, the windows are 5 inches thick, obviously bulletproof, and the door handles can be electrified so that if you try and get in from the outside, you'll get a shock.
Matt wants to get that feature on his car.
Yeah, exactly.
How cool is that?
It's not an option on the... All right, there you go. If you everything you want to know about the Beast. Right now, let's go to John Tucker and get a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Actually, we're going to go to...
No.
Amy Morris. Business Flash. I'm sorry. I
That's
thought it was
you,
General
buddy.
News.
Wait, are you
Yes,
ready?
sir.
Should we hand it to you?
Well, I am. I need to point out I'm filling in for Charlie Pellet, so I haven't done this shift in a while. Anyway, S&P 500, that's my excuse. S&P 500 back to where it was in early June. All 11 major industry groups in the index lower. Technology among the biggest drags. Now, shares of Amazon, right now, they're down 2.8%. Not a surprise, but the feds have launched an antitrust case against Amazon. If you need to latch onto a theme today, it's growing concerns over the growth of the economy. In the meantime, Rob Arnott at Research Affiliates warns investors not to ignore the inverted yield curve.
I would argue yield curve inversion doesn't predict recession, it causes recession by inhibiting innovation, inhibiting investment in new ideas. So what we have right now is an inflation-fueled rise in interest rates, which acts against the macroeconomy.
And data, the Consumer Confidence Index, now down, sliding to a 4-month low in September. The outlook has dimmed, so the share of Americans saying a recession is somewhat or very likely to occur. That has increased. S&P 500, 43 points lower, down 1% at 42.93 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 271 points. That's down 0.8%. And the NASDAQ 100, 154 points lower. That is down 1%. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. It's a Cadillac, I believe, the Beast, right?
Yeah, well, it's a Cadillac exterior. It's built, like I said, on a heavy-duty truck platform. So the thing reportedly, according to NBC, weighs 20,000 pounds.
Another fun fact for you, the vehicle, the convertible in which JFK was assassinated.
The Lincoln.
That was never retired. They put a hard top on it and reused it.
Yep.
And I think right up to Nixon, I believe.
Yeah, that was, I think, one of the coolest presidential limousines, the Lincoln Continental. And they used Lincolns for a while. But after that, then they went over to Cadillacs. So a lot of people call it the Cadillac in Chief or the first car. The Beast is a name that we've been using for at least 10 years now.
I want the feature whereby you can activate tear gas.
Is that a...
That's the Batmobile or the
That's
James
a Bond.
No,
That's a
they have
Bond
that.
car.
The Beast has that.
Oh, you can tear gas the outside?
Tear gas canisters for the outside in case things get a little rough.
Yeah, just in case you need to deal with the oi polloi, you know?
Yes, exactly. All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Let's talk a little ETFs here, and we can do that with Rohit Mehta. He's the CEO and president of Horizon ETFs. So, Rohit, every time when I talk ETFs, I feel like the first question's got to be, I know the money's coming in. Where's it going these days?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it follows up just some of the stuff you've been discussing in terms of challenges, fears of recession, et cetera. We've definitely seen flows, and I'll talk about it from a Canadian perspective. We've definitely seen flows focused in on fixed income, and within the fixed income space, we've seen them really shorter in terms of money market and short-term government bond strategies like 0 to 3 month T-bills.
So haven't we seen people going long duration in terms of the flows and losing money on that bet?
We have, and you have an inverted yield curve. So you're definitely seeing opportunities on the front end of that. We have seen some more of the bar belly taking out the belly of the curve. So I think you're just seeing a few things that are driving that flow into, the fixed income arena. And a few of those things, one is de-risking. 2 is inflation. You have to have your money working for you in order for that purchasing power. And 3 is, particularly here in Canada, but you're seeing it in other areas like the US, is you have an aging population that also needs to generate income.
What I hasten to ask this, but what are covered call ETFs?
Yeah, great question. It's actually something that really has been big in Canada for close to a decade now, but is seeing more and more growth. You're also seeing it now in the US. And basically covered calls strategies are an ETF where the portfolio manager will sell options. And in return for selling those options, so selling growth on some of the underlying securities in the portfolio, they'll receive, or the fund, an ETF will receive a premium. And so you're selling away some of the growth in return for cash flow. And so that goes to that theme around income that many investors are looking for. And particularly when you're seeing flatter or slow growth markets, covered call strategies can be very attractive.
Paul, did you know that the Canadians love HISAs?
What's this?
HISA.
What's that?
It's a high interest savings account.
Oh.
We don't have that acronym here, but I've heard from many Canadians that that's all the rage. Kind of like a money market fund,
Okay.
I guess. That's like, hiding out in the front end of the curve. Are you seeing more ETF products, Rohit, like that?
We are seeing this is going to get a bit complicated because it's in a bit of a regulatory framework right now where there's a review on it, just in terms of how the regulators are going to classify that liquidity. So we're seeing a bit of a pause for new strategies. Horizons has been a leader in the space, so we have billions of dollars in these high interest savings ETFs. But to your point, just to punctuate it, we've seen about $6 billion as an industry go into high interest savings ETFs this year alone, which is about a quarter of the ETF assets are going into these strategies. What's fascinating about it, and why they're going back to Canadians and the innovative environment in Canada, is that they're invested in deposit accounts at major banks. So your point about that money market piece is here you have zero duration. There is no duration. So as interest rates have gone up, what happens is the yield that is being paid out just increases. That income just increases, but without any duration. So in a rising rate environment, they've been an incredibly valuable tool for investors.
Hey, Rohit, and when I think of the Canadian economy, I often think of energy being such a big part of your economy. How have you kind of created an ETF portfolio to kind of deal with, or kind of help investors invest there?
Yeah, so I mean, there's a few different ways, and as far as investors, to your point, Canadian economy is definitely known for financials and resources, and so as we help investors, one of the things that we've actually seen lots of flows into is around energy covered calls. So where investors want to get exposure to an energy portfolio, but at the same time be able to generate cash flow from that portfolio, that's one of the ways that we're providing access to it. Of course, we have broad market, which you're going to see a higher resource and energy component to, just given the market cap weighting of energy within the TSX. So there's a few ways that we are providing access to investors. The other one area that we're also seeing significant growth in is around asset allocation. That's been really strong within the do-it-yourself market, that DIY market, but that's been one area that's really growing. And a fascinating piece about that is we see it dominated by younger investors. And so these are one-ticket portfolio options, which of course would have an energy component to it. Is that the area where we've seen investors gravitating towards on this spectrum of one-ticket solutions is around growth and total equity portfolios. So we're seeing that those younger-term investors are taking a longer-term view, which is great to see.
Speaking of that, how important is active north of the border? Because here, that's the hottest area of the ETF industry, active investing.
So going back to that innovative space of Canada, Canada's being pioneers within the active space. One of those reasons is the regulatory framework. So from a regulatory standpoint, portfolio managers are able to, and have been able to for over a decade, protect their IP through non-disclosure or regular quarterly disclosure to the public market, while maintaining confidential disclosure to market makers so that they can run their market making as far as the efficiency of the ETF. And so that has been something that the US has struggled with for a number of years, but has looked to Canada to say, how has it worked in Canada? Has it worked well? And to your point, it has worked well, and we continue to see growth in the active space in Canada in parallel with growth in passive. But definitely, you see a much larger active market in Canada than you have in the US, but ours has been growing for a decade plus.
Interesting. All right, Rohit, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate getting your thoughts there. Rohit Mehta, CEO and president of Horizon ETFs, talking about the ETF biz north of the border. Still got the market kind of hanging on, kind of where it's been here. We have the S&P off 1%, NASDAQ off 1.1%. In the yield space, the 10-year Treasury yield is up about 1 basis point, 4.55%, 5.14% on the 2-year. Right now, let's head down to Washington, D.C. Nancy Lyons has got World International News.
Thanks, Paul. President Biden is in Detroit, where he is expected to engage with United Auto Workers who are striking against the big three automakers. Bloomberg's Jordan Fabian is traveling with the president and spoke with Bloomberg Markets just a short time ago.
We don't know a lot of details of what exactly he plans to do other than deliver remarks. Sean Fain did hand the president a red UAW hat on the tarmac, and so it'll be interesting to see if the president actually wears that or any other UAW gear as he stands on the picket line with the workers.
Biden is courting the union vote as he visits Michigan. Tomorrow, former President Trump will be doing the same when he travels to the state. Earlier today, the United Farm Workers Union announced its support of President Biden, calling him, quote, an authentic champion for workers and their families, regardless of their race or national origin. Well, lawmakers may be inching closer to a deal to help avoid a government shutdown at the end of the week. We get the latest from Bloomberg's Amy Morris.
Sources tell Bloomberg the bipartisan Senate bill would extend funding for 4 to 6 weeks, shorter than what Democrats wanted, but could get it through the House. Once it passes the Senate, it goes to the House, where Speaker Kevin McCarthy will face a tough choice on whether to hold a vote at all. So far, McCarthy has not been able to muster enough Republican votes for a rival stopgap measure that would cut spending by 27% and change border policies. Now, if McCarthy does put this Senate bill up for a vote, conservatives have threatened to try to oust him. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
The Supreme Court is once again rejecting efforts by Alabama to maintain a Republican-drawn congressional map. The High Court today issued a ruling without comment that the state must have a second congressional district with a near majority of black voters. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Paul and Matt.
Hey, Nancy, thank you so much. We appreciate that. We are awaiting President Biden. He has landed in Michigan, meeting with the striking auto workers. And so when he has his comments, we will bring that to you. He is in Michigan as we speak. Right now, let's go to Joe Matthew. He's host of Sound On. He's down in Washington, D.C. We grabbed him for a couple of minutes here to talk about President Biden and his trip here to the picket lines. And Joe, what do you think the president hopes to achieve here?
You know, it's really interesting because we're not still sure exactly what he's going to do. They're not a formal address so much. So, there might be a little bit of spontaneity here, and we'll be watching him pretty closely. I think, number one, it's to beat Donald Trump to the punch. He's going to be there tomorrow with, a prime time kind of address that will apparently compete with the debate, although he's starting an hour early. And look, this is a president who needs to make good on his statement that he's the most labor-friendly president in American history. The problem is the other dual mandate, as I call it, and that's the transition to EVs, which has a lot of these folks preparing to vote for Donald Trump instead of Joe Biden.
I wonder, I think about this a lot, the transition to EVs. And I think it was the common thought was it takes fewer workers to build EVs because there's so many fewer moving parts, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But some in Detroit, including Mary Barra, have pushed back against that narrative and said, no, we're going to need the same amount of workers. So I wonder how much the union is going to push back on President Biden. We just saw them on the tarmac, Sean Fain with Biden, and they seemed incredibly cordial, all smiles, shaking hands,
absolutely
chatting nicely.
Well, let's remember, he was invited. I was actually surprised to see the tarmac greeting there. That he was also with Congresswoman Debbie Dingell from Michigan, who's been on the picket line arm in arm with Sean Fain. There's no endorsement that we're aware of that's going to be tied to this event, but that kind of looked like one, right? He's not going to greet Donald Trump tomorrow.
No, he's already said that Trump is the kind of person is exactly the kind of person that they're against, that the unions are struggling against. Do you think Biden, is this going to be a big win if he makes a strong statement that's pro-union and shows some vitality out there, shows some strength on the picket line? Is that good for him politically?
Look, he's betting that it is, or he wouldn't be there. But I don't know how. Look, yes. So the short answer is for his sake, but he hopes that's right. I don't know if he's going to do push-ups in the street or wrestle somebody. To your point, I don't know how you look vital on the picket line, but let's remember how many times he's had Mary Barra at the White House, and executives from the big three, on platforms on the North Lawn. These are the events that Elon Musk was not invited to, and so. It's kind of a bizarre thing to witness because, they've been helping him make the case, frankly, for Bidenomics.
Joe, how much concern is there in Democratic circles in Washington about the low approval ratings of President Biden right now?
It's an obsession. It's that at its age. And you might have heard the reports this morning that his doctors are reportedly, or his trainer, they're helping him kind of stay more nimble and walk more effectively, basically not fall. And they're having him use the lower stairs on Air Force One now. He's been wearing sneakers more often. This is the stuff that they're feeding on. Other than the shutdown, they're feeding on right now in Washington. And it's not just him. I'd point you to that New Yorker cover that has Mitch McConnell, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, all with walkers in a race, because that's the state of Washington.
Is there any young blood? I mean, a lot of people will debate at, I'm sure, dinner parties and bars, what the Democrats should do if they don't run Biden. But who else is there?
Well, I find it interesting that Gavin Newsom has agreed to this debate with Ron DeSantis in a couple of months. I don't know if there's really a good answer on that. Nobody's been vying for that role, so no one's visible. I mean, you're going to have 7 people on stage tomorrow night in the Republican Party who are younger than Donald Trump, who are raising their hand. But look, it's Congress. It's not just the White House. It's the U.S. government. Joe,
what do you think about the what looks like a turnaround in popularity for the labor movement here? For a long time, during and post Reagan, they were out of fashion, and we wanted Wall Street to make big profits. But now it looks like America has really gotten behind the worker, especially as we all suffer through this inflation together and wages just haven't kept up. Don't you think that's interesting that the constituency supports unions?
I do. That Gallup number, 67% of Americans support unions. And of course, that's a kind of a big blob. If you start to get more specific about things, I suspect the number moves. But there's this is a big moment. This is hot labor summer, as they're calling it, or I guess it was. It just ended. The thing that fascinates me, though, is that the rank and file in a union like the UAW has been warming up to Donald Trump a lot over the past 8 years or so, 6 years, whatever it's been, and in many cases voted for Donald Trump in states like Ohio while the leadership in the union has been in lockstep with the Democratic Party. And I think you're going to really witness that push and pull here over the next 24 hours in Detroit. It's fascinating because you watch, Donald Trump will draw, I imagine, a massive crowd tomorrow. I'm sure they're working on that right now. And they'll all be UAW members, but it's unlikely that the UAW would ever endorse him. So this is our state of affairs.
Very good. All right, Joe, we're going to let you go because you have a show coming up in just moments. Sound On
how about it?
With Joe Matthew. That's coming up. So just moments. Joe, thanks so much for joining us here. So, again, there'll be some interesting, I guess, optics coming out of the picket line. Will, again, as you asked, will the president be on the picket line? Will be holding a sign?
I think, this is President Biden's, it's a really great chance to get some amazing optics. It just shows strength to be out there with all those workers, factory workers who put together cars and trucks.
Right.
I mean, it's awesome. On the other hand, Joe, I think, made a really good point. It doesn't matter if Sean Fain says we don't like Donald Trump or billionaires who, lord their money over us regular people. What matters is UAW workers have voted for him in big, important swing states like Ohio and Michigan.
Yep.
So if he has a good rally there tomorrow and can manage to score some points, this could be great politically for both of them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, but they're both putting big emphasis on it. It's interesting that they're coming, just one day after the other, so they're sensing the urgency of getting out there and being seen here on the picket line. So the President Biden today, President Trump tomorrow. So plenty of big-time politics out there in Michigan where that tends to happen, because that's a swing state. Always has been, I guess.
Would be kind of cool to see them both there at the same time,
Yeah.
And have a little bit of a street debate in front of the picket lines,
Right, exactly.
Get the workers involved.
Yeah,
You want to fight, don't you? That's what
No,
you're
not a fight. I'm a words guy.
Yeah.
Never been a fan of physical violence.
Nope.
With the electric doorknobs.
Well, that's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool,
wouldn't it?
too,
Be
with
cool if you could shock people who try to open your car doors.
And then you got the tear gas. S&P 500 off 1%, NASDAQ off 1.1%. Sound On with our good friend, Joe Matthew from Washington, D.C. That starts right now.
Now, from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
The Biden administration says we're making good on a long-held promise. Ballooning budget deficits in Washington. We're in a bizarro political world here.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
Most people, including most Republicans in Congress, understand that we need to get aid to Ukraine.
Who's going to take us in a rational way into the future and lead our country?
This has really become kind of the new frontier in American politics, is this battle between red states and blue cities.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Joe Biden beats Donald Trump to the picket line. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as Biden becomes the first sitting president to visit a picket line, throwing support behind striking auto workers in Detroit. It's coming together as we speak, a day before Donald Trump does the very same. And we're joined this hour by Congressman Dan Kildee, the Democrat from Michigan, was on the picket line himself just days ago. He's now back in Washington for the grand debate over government funding. We'll talk about both with just 5 days to a potential shutdown. Analysis today from our panel. Rick Davis is back, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist, joined today by Alvin Jordan at Rock Solutions, Democratic analyst. So let's get to it with a look at Wall Street, as always. Latest on the markets now with John Tucker in New York. Hey, John.
All right, Joe. Hey, good afternoon. Recession worries leading to the risk-off mood, and markets say S&P 500 back to where it was in early June. 10 of the 11 major industry groups in the index lower. The biggest drags right now coming from technology. The Fed's launching an antitrust suit against Amazon. Not a surprise. Amazon says if the FTC gets its way, it would mean fewer products from which to choose, higher prices, slower deliveries for consumers. Meantime, will higher rates for longer from the Fed may not be welcomed by investors. Anastasia Amoroso at iCapital says it won't necessarily rein in consumer spending.
at least looking at the U.S. consumer, only about 11% of the consumer liabilities in the United States are floating rate. So the rest of them are fixed. So even if rates were to go to 7%, it's not an immediate reset across the board for the consumer.
The U.S. Consumer Confidence Index down, sliding to a 4-month low in September. Right now, S&P 500 down 1%, 47 points lower. The Dow down 293 points, down 0.9%. The NASDAQ 100, 170 points lower, down 1.1%. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
John, thank you, and welcome to the Tuesday edition of Bloomberg Sound On. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where they are back.
Welcome back.
Lawmakers back from all four corners of our great nation to solve the problems facing us now, and that begins with averting a government shutdown. However, there are a lot of questions about whether that is possible with so few days left until, of course, we're looking at midnight Saturday. And it's a whole other sound that we're going to talk about right now with Congressman Dan Kildee of Michigan. Yeah, that's from the picket line. The congressman was there himself just a couple of days ago. This is sound right now live from Detroit as members of the UAW anticipate a visit from President Joe Biden. He's on the ground. We saw his arrival with Sean Fain from the UAW and Congresswoman Debbie Dingell. Unclear exactly what the choreography here will include, but we'll keep you posted. This is live sound, though, of the picket line as they wait for Joe Biden, who will be the first sitting president, we're told, to ever visit a picket line. The optics here are quite remarkable, and that's where we begin with Dan Kildee, who joins us from Capitol Hill. Congressman, it's great to see you, and we welcome you back here. I wonder if this results in an endorsement from the UAW. You were on that picket line. Is Joe Biden doing the right thing by being there?
Well, he's certainly doing the right thing for the American economy and for the American worker by being there. You know, we saw 14 years ago the federal government intervene, the workers in those factories make big sacrifices in order to keep the auto industry alive here in the United States. And we succeeded. That sacrifice now, I think, should be repaid, and that's what the president is arguing for. That's what I'm arguing for, and that's what the UAW is negotiating for, to try to get back to where they were before the industry nearly fell. So he's definitely doing the right thing for the U.S. economy. The politics takes care of itself.
There's been a lot of talk about competing interests, as some see it, between supporting organized labor in this case and pushing a transition to EVs, specifically not just green energy, but EVs within the auto industry. I wonder how the Democrats can straddle this and how the president can succeed by pushing these two, because the union seems to see it in a different way, Congressman. How about you?
Well, they may see it in a different way, but they don't fear the future. I mean, I talk to these workers on the picket lines. I talk to them in the grocery store. They're my neighbors.
Yeah.
They don't fear the transition to electric vehicles. What they fear is that the companies will use that transition as a way to take work away from union workers and give it to unrepresented non-union shops. And so much of the negotiation is not so much about whether the world will change and more vehicles will be electric. That's going to happen no matter who builds them. It's the question for us, for those workers, is to make sure they have their share of that future, not that they have that transition used as a mechanism, as a way or an excuse to take work away from union jobs.
Congressman, the president is just now speaking to members on the picket line here. He's standing next to Sean Fain with a bullhorn in his hand. Let's just listen to this for a moment and hear what he says.
It's right here in our own area. It's corporate greed. And the weapon we produce to fight that enemy, it's the liberators, the true liberators. It's the working class people, all of you working your butts off on those lines to deliver great product for our companies. That's right. That's how we're going to defeat these people. That's how we're going to defeat corporate greed, is by standing together. You know, this is a historic moment. The first time in our country's history that a sitting USA president has came out and stood on the picket line. Our president chose to stand up with workers in our fight for economic and social justice.
All right, that's Sean Fain. We had just missed the tail end of President Biden's remarks, which were apparently only a couple of seconds long. Congressman, the optics here are really something, because I'm also remembering a day when the executives from the Big Three were on the north lawn of the White House with President Biden, with a big crowd there to usher in the transition to EVs and essentially helping him promote Bidenomics. Are those not competing interests?
I really don't think they are. In fact, I was there with the president and the leaders of the Big Three, and I was there on the picket line, all supporting the same thing. This is really about how the structure of the economy in the next 100 years will look. The last 100 years, we saw the rise of the labor movement and the construction of the middle class in this country. So as we make this transition, and it's inevitable that we will, the technology will drive that. The real question is whether or not the workers who help save those companies will also be in a position to get the new work that will be developed as a result of the transition to electric vehicles. It's different work. It's a different kind of, of material that is used. The products are going to be different, but they're going to be assembled by somebody. And what the UAW is saying, what I'm saying, and I know the president is saying, is that those jobs ought to be American jobs. They ought to be union jobs. They ought to be done by the same people who helped build those companies in the first place, and 14 years ago made a sacrifice to rescue those companies from extinction.
Yeah, we're spending time with Congressman Dan Kildee, the Democrat from Michigan, with us as President Biden visits the picket line, and it's one that Dan Kildee is no stranger to. We had a grand debate, of course, about the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA. Congressman, you talked to us in the throes of that debate. Were there enough considerations for workers in that legislation?
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen more. The way I, for example, wrote some of the legislation that I authored regarding the transition to electric vehicles would have required or given a stronger bonus for that union work, but that's not how it worked out. So much of it is left to how we implement. And that's why I think it's important who the President of the United States is. What we're seeing now is unprecedented growth in those jobs that are directly related to renewable energy, to electrification of transportation. A lot of that is coming home. And that's because we've created an environment where there are incentives for private capital to make those sorts of investments. That's a good thing. Of course, I would like to have been able to do more, but what we've done is really significant, and we're beginning to see the results of that.
Any sense of how long this is going to drag on for?
No, I don't have a good sense of that. It's going to be determined by not the president, not myself. It's going to be determined by the UAW and the companies sitting across the table. My hope is that it's sooner rather than later. But you know what? I'll stand with the workers as long as they're fighting for a fair wage for themselves and their families. They're going to have us with them.
Well, I have to ask you about what you're up to on Capitol Hill now. And that is, of course, trying to keep the government functioning here. And talk about a couple of competing headlines. This is on the Bloomberg terminal right in front of me. McCarthy working overtime to overcome hard right before shutdown. That's one story. The other one, McCarthy says House will pass stopgap with border security. And now we understand the Speaker is asking for a meeting with the President on border security when we have something like 4 or 5 days to figure all of this out. Are we beyond the point of saving this situation, Congressman? Is the government going to shut down this weekend?
Well, I fear that it will, because Speaker McCarthy talks a good game, but it's actions that speak louder than words. On Thursday, he sent everybody home. Here it is Tuesday. Congress is just now being called back into session with just a few hours left to prevent a total shutdown of the U.S. government. This is not a time to be having nuanced conversations about policy. This is a time for us to roll up our sleeves and keep the government open. And let's face it, what Speaker McCarthy is really doing is trying to remain Speaker. He made a bad deal with some of the most extreme members of the United States Congress, and unfortunately, he's requiring us to pay the price for that bad deal with the threat of a shutdown. the solution is a bipartisan solution. I'm a member of the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus. We've offered our solution. We had a bipartisan budget deal back in May. I would put that on the table as a solution. That's how it's going to end. The question is, what sort of pain do we have to go through between now and then? And we ought to be playing chess, not checkers. We ought to look a couple of moves down the game and get there sooner rather than later and try to prevent some of the harm that will come from a shutdown.
Well, you're on the Ways and Means Committee. You serve on the Budget Committee. You must be hearing things that we don't hear, Congressman. Is the Senate going to get a stopgap bill to the House before Speaker McCarthy does?
Well, I hope they do. I've talked to my senators. I've encouraged them to take up legislation that would be a bipartisan spending package, would include a short-term and long-term implication, and send that over to the House. And then see if Speaker McCarthy would put that bipartisan deal on the table. If he doesn't, obviously he owns this shutdown either way, but he could prevent it by simply doing that and then sharpen his arguments. And if he wants to have those conversations about policy, we're all ears. We just don't want to do it with the threat of a shutdown of the American government as his leverage in getting something that he can't get through the normal legislative process.
Well, you said something interesting. It's amazing to me how short memories are, but there was a deal back in August when we were heading for a potential government default that was supposed to prevent all of this drama. What if Speaker McCarthy did bring that bill back to the floor that's already passed? Could it pass again today?
Absolutely. You had 2/3 of Republicans voted for it. Almost 3/4 of Democrats voted. That was obviously a bipartisan deal. Got over 300 votes in the House of Representatives.
So is this whole drama about avoiding a motion to vacate?
It sure is. The entirety of this drama is about the Speaker trying to avoid that motion to vacate, which obviously was a mistake for him to agree to in the first place. I mean, he changed the rules to give his, I guess, dozen or so true opponents in the Republican conference the tool that they're now using against him. That was a mistake. But you know what? If he wants to have a conversation about how to handle this whole thing in a bipartisan fashion, he should call Leader Hakeem Jeffries, and he should do it right away, because we're, I'm sure, willing to come to the table and have that conversation.
If the Speaker said, I'm just going to go for it, I'm going to bring this Senate CR to the floor, or the deal we already made, or the options that you forwarded, and Matt Gaetz or someone did trigger the motion to vacate, would Democrats come to the Speaker's defense to help him keep the job?
I mean, it's hard to say. I would have to have a conversation with our leader on that question. But I will say this: I'm not super excited about being a party to Republican dysfunction in the House and the deals that they've made with one another, putting us in a position where we have to make that kind of a call. If the Speaker's really interested in trying to avoid that eventuality and he wants Democrats to be involved, he should make that call to Leader Jeffries.
I'm glad you could talk to us today. Congressman Dan Kildee, great to have you back. Democrat, Michigan's 8th District, with us live there, joining us from the Cannon Rotunda in Washington. You would have known that, or maybe you did, by watching us on YouTube, where we invite you, as always, search Bloomberg Global News and click play. There we are. Cameras are lit up in the studio as we assemble our panel. Rick Davis joins, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Republican strategist, along with Alvin Jordan, Rock Solutions Vice President, Democratic analyst. Gentlemen, it's great to have both of you here. Alvin, I'll start with you as the Democrat. Do you want to see your president there today as the first sitting president on a picket line? He's got the bullhorn out right now, shaking hands.
Absolutely. I think we're at a place where it is more than warranted. I think the political tightrope that the president finds himself in is one that makes it understandable that he would be there. And all of that is in addition to the fact that, you know, the former president, Trump will be there tomorrow. And so it is very much I think a race to be kind of first in that way. And so you kind of have to take a step back and applaud kind of the effort, I believe, especially considering that it is a bit of a political tightrope, considering that the push for EV and things of that nature is so prominent and also present in the conversation as well. Definitely, a new time that we find ourselves in.
Rick Davis, what does the president say to Mary Barra when she calls him later on?
Look, I think that he's going to say what he's been saying since he was first elected to Congress. I'm the union president. Mm-hmm. And he's acting that way today. Look, he was kind of forced into this by Donald Trump announcing that he was headed there. And Joe Biden wants a Rose Garden strategy. But I think today signals the end of the Rose Garden strategy. I think the two biggest impacts is he's forced to go and hang out with his union buddies, which he should have done to begin with. And all the polling now indicates that he's either in a horse race or behind. He needs to start a campaign today.
Well, there you have it from Rick Davis and Alvin Jordan. The campaign is on, and a lot more from our panel straight ahead on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with his Bloomberg Business Flash. A lot of red on the screen. Growing fear of recession that's leading to today's risk-off move in the markets. S&P 500, we're back to where we were in early June. We had some data today. The Conference Board September Consumer Confidence Survey fell to 103. What that means is it's down. It's a 4-month low, in fact. All 11 major industry groups in the S&P 500 down right now. Utilities, real estate, technology, all proving to be the biggest drags, not helping things. Moody's warned that a government shutdown could be negative for the U.S. credit rating. Amazon shares, they were already lower today, but the Feds announced that they have launched an antitrust suit. S&P 500 right now, 47 points lower. That's down 1%. We're at 4290 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 303 points lower. That's down 0.9%. And the NASDAQ 100, 169 points lower. That's a decline of 1.2%. 10-year yield is at 4.54. The 2-year up 1 basis point. That's at 5.13. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
Joe Biden has now officially become the first president to visit a picket line. He chose Detroit, Wayne County, of course, the UAW, now day 12 of the strike against the Big Three. Another reason, I guess, that this becomes historic.
Heard me say it many times. Wall Street didn't build the country. The middle class built the country. Unions built the middle class. That's a fact. So let's keep going. You deserve what you've earned, and you've earned a hell of a lot more than you're getting paid now. Thank you very much.
You deserve what you've earned, and you've earned more than you're getting now. So says Joe Biden. As we reassemble our panel, Rick Davis is with us, Republican strategist, Bloomberg Politics contributor, joined today by Alvin Jordan, Democratic analyst, Rock Solutions vice president. There are your optics. Rick, was it the right move here to show up a day before Donald Trump? Did the president just get something for himself?
Yeah, I think so. I think he is really in, even though this is probably not a campaign event, I don't know, but he's really, this is the kind of campaign Joe Biden wants to wage. He wants to be amongst the union members. He wants to be talking about their struggle for fairness. He wants to be talking about the middle class and the pressure they've been under. And it's a huge change of message, change of pace for him. And it fits who Joe Biden is. So as you can hear from the clip, he sounds really comfortable talking about fighting for their rights as blue collar workers. So, it is going to stress out some of those people who would prefer him to stay in the White House and campaign from the Rose Garden. But I think he's out there now and he's comfortable. And I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't start doing this more often.
It'll be a picket line campaign, I guess, Alvin. What do you think, Alvin, about Rick's point that this is kind of really the beginning of the Biden re-election campaign? Does it begin today?
It has to, right? I think just the fact that the president is there shows the sense of urgency that, we found ourselves at. And I think, also the important point to consider is, just as much as this is about the picket lines themselves, the real question is who the UAW will endorse next year for the election. And so I think this is the perfect place to kick it off in that way. Many will say that it's a bit too late in the game, but I think just right ahead of the former president showing up tomorrow, it definitely sets the scene.
Alvin, isn't the first move Republicans make here is putting an ad together of Joe Biden with the leaders of all the Big Three? I asked Congressman Kildee about this earlier. He spent a lot of time over the past couple of years with executives like Mary Barra, the leaders of Ford and Stellantis, I guess we used to call Chrysler. He's brought him to the White House. He's gone to Detroit. It's really been a seems like a pretty productive relationship so far. Wouldn't that be the first thing Republicans remind us of?
I mean, I would think so. I think why not, right? But I do think when you take a step back and look at it in totality, you realize that it really is a bit of a tightrope, if you will. And I think that, you know, just as much as there's support for kind of our labor president, if you will, and his kind of staunch support of unions, you know, historically, I think there has to be, you know, room for, you know, kind of the look ahead as far as where the country is going relative to EV. And I think, you know, part of the reason why we'll probably hear, you know, President Biden making such, you know, kind of quick and nimble remarks is for the sole fact that the talking points can't sway too far in one way or the other, because, you know, let's not kid ourselves. We still are talking about a massive switch to EV that's already underway. And so I don't necessarily think that one kind of outweighs the other when you look at it from a business perspective, at least.
Rick Davis, speak to the contrast now of what's going to happen tomorrow. Donald Trump's going to go to Detroit. It's going to be more of a prime time, more of a formal address. Joe Biden standing in, you know, in a parking lot or something with these guys with a bullhorn. And I'm sure that this is all deliberate. Donald Trump's going to do his normal thing. I suspect a lot of people show up. But what is his message here to compete with what we just saw and heard, knowing that pay gap among workers versus executives in the big three existed during his presidency?
Yeah, well, he'll ignore history and he'll cue off of what Joe Biden's saying today, right? He'll take everything that Joe Biden said as to the plight of the unions and say, Joe Biden's responsible for that. He's the reason that the middle class is underpinched. His inflation is the reason that your spending power is reduced. He's the reason gas prices are going up through the roof. I mean, like, he's just going to unload on the guy, and probably that would be sort of a normal campaign approach. But I'm sure he'll throw in all kinds of other crazy stuff, because I must say, I mean, the Donald Trump campaign doesn't disappoint when it comes to upping the ante on crazy. So we'll be talking about all kinds of interesting things that Donald Trump has said. And in contrast to what I think is probably a pretty sober debate by his GOP opponents going on at the same time. And so who do you think the media is going to cover? That crazy. And I think that's exactly what Donald Trump has in mind.
Well, you went there. Let's talk about the debate for a moment. That's going to be the counter programming tomorrow night. Asa Hutchinson did not make the stage, so the field is winnowed by one. I'm guessing tomorrow night is not a good night to be Ron DeSantis, Alvin. What do you think?
Honestly, I don't know that it hurts tomorrow, to be honest. I really think that we're talking about the race for second at this point. And so I honestly, as the nation tunes in, I think it'll be just who's going to be, the opposing figure when we all, kind of get down to the nitty gritty, if you will. And so I don't necessarily know tomorrow if it is kind of bad to be, Ron DeSantis or Governor Chris Christie or whoever you want to throw in there. I think whoever is able to kind of capture, those kind of quick sound bites that are able to be shared over the days following will, of course, kind of help themselves. But, it never hurts to kind of move the needle in that way. But, when we look at it, Trump is so far in ahead of the field in that way that I really think that tomorrow, barring some type of, curveball or theatrics, it really is just kind of window dressing if we're being honest about it.
Well, it seems to me that, at least in most polls, Ron DeSantis remains in second. So I don't know if it's a dog pile on Ron, as you put it once, Rick, or if it's a different story tomorrow. But listen to Donald Trump at his speech yesterday. He's talking about this upcoming debate, and this is actually on Fox. And he's telling people not to watch the debate on Fox. Here we go.
They ought to stop wasting their time. They're wasting a lot of time with these ridiculous debates that nobody's watching. Their last debate was the lowest rated debate in history. That's a good compliment, isn't it? And what was I doing, Marjorie? I was someplace else, wasn't I, huh? I was doing another interview. We had 271 million people listening to the Tucker Carlson interview. That's an all-time record.
They love it.
So here we are, back in the thick of campaign season.
All right.
We are now just...
Dana Perino jumps in, and they go to something else, Rick. This, I suspect, is not helping Fox, but is there some truth to what Donald Trump said here? I mean, who's watching this thing tomorrow?
Yeah, how happy is Rupert Murdoch to have retired just now? Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump doesn't care whose show he's on. It's the Donald Trump hour whenever he's on TV, and you got to take whatever he gives you. And look, I mean, it's smart on his part. Don't watch that debate. As Alvin said, it's a fight for second. Who cares? Second doesn't win. And he's got some good talking points because nobody's really challenged him. And now Asa Hutchinson's not even going to be in the debate. He's one of the most vociferous critics of Trump. We'll see what Christie does to try and take advantage of the 1% that Asa had to maybe try and get them on board with his campaign. But I would say it's not for naught. Polls are shrinking on Donald Trump in Iowa and New Hampshire. That's where the campaign actually is occurring, not in the other 48 states. And you do see some movement by Nikki Haley in the most recent poll, overtaken Ron DeSantis in New Hampshire. There's life out there. And so it's too soon to turn off the tube. It's too soon to be overconfident by Donald Trump, but you're never going to change that. But I do think it will be interesting to see exactly what happens tomorrow night.
It sure will. I don't know what Joe Biden's going to start doing to counter-program these things, but we can have that conversation on another day with Rick and Alvin. Coming up next, calls for Senator Bob Menendez to resign grow ever louder, and a very important voice from New Jersey has joined those calls. We haven't even talked shutdown with our panel next, so stay with us after a check on world and national news. For that, we turn to Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Well, Joe, you said it. Senator Cory Booker is calling for the resignation of fellow New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez following his bribery indictment. Booker says in a statement, quote, "The details of the allegations against Senator Menendez are of such a nature the faith and trust of New Jerseyans, as well as those who must work with in order to be effective, have been shaken to the core." Yesterday, Menendez urged people to wait until all the facts come out before passing judgment. President Biden's son Hunter is stepping up his legal fight now that he's facing new federal firearms charges. We get the latest on that from Bloomberg's Nathan Hager.
Hunter Biden has filed a federal lawsuit in Los Angeles against Rudy Giuliani and attorney Robert Costello. He accuses them of, quote, total annihilation of his digital privacy by hacking and manipulating data from the laptop he purportedly left at a Delaware repair shop. This case comes as Hunter Biden faces federal gun charges and awaits possible tax charges after an earlier plea deal fell apart. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Attorney General Merrick Garland says the Department of Justice is committed to ending the fentanyl epidemic. He spoke today at a summit of victims' families.
So far in 2023, the DEA has seized over 55 million fentanyl pills and over 9,000 pounds of fentanyl powder.
Garland says prosecutors are going after the cartels in Mexico that are fueling the epidemic, as well as suppliers of the chemicals needed to produce the tainted pills. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Profits, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. A couple of themes driving the risk-off mood today. You have higher rates for longer, that view, and the evaporating consumer confidence. Consumer confidence in the U.S. stalling this month. You also have Wall Street's VIX, the fear gauge, on track to close at the highest since May. Meantime, Amanda Gotti at PNC Asset Management sees a rocky road ahead for stocks.
We are struggling to find positive catalysts to keep this market rally going here, especially at these stretched valuation levels. We think things are going to get pretty choppy here into the end of the year when you look at, big headline risks around the UAW strike, the U.S. government shutdown looming.
And oil resuming its climb, moving back above $90 a barrel. Technology stocks still dragging on the major indexes. Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet, all pacing the declines. S&P 500 down 59, a decline of 1.4%. The Dow 395 points lower, that's down 1.2%. The NASDAQ 100 down 214 points, down almost 1.5%. And also, we've been talking a lot about this lately. Private credit, it's been on a tear. More than just the flavor of the moment, more and more private equity firms have been focusing more and more on private credit. And now, in the past few minutes, comes word that Wells Fargo and Centerbridge Partners are joining up and launching a $5 billion private credit fund. Very interesting. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
A bad situation apparently just got a lot worse for Senator Bob Menendez, just indicted, of course, days ago on federal corruption charges. We've had, I don't know what it was, 9 or 10, 11 in the most recent count of senators criticizing Bob Menendez, calling for his resignation. But the big one just dropped. As you've been hearing on Bloomberg, Senator Cory Booker called on his fellow New Jersey Democrat to step down. Didn't say anything in front of a camera or a microphone, but out with a statement, quote, "The details of the allegations against Senator Menendez are of such a nature that the faith and trust of New Jerseyans, as well as those he must work with in order to be effective, have been shaken to the core." He goes on to say, stepping down is not an admission of guilt, but an acknowledgement that holding public office often demands tremendous sacrifices at great personal cost. And here we are. Said he was ready yesterday for any cost, it seemed. Senator Menendez.
For 30 years, I have withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account, which I have kept for emergencies and because of the history of my family facing confiscation in Cuba. Now, this may seem old-fashioned, but these were monies drawn from my personal savings account based on the income that I have lawfully derived over those 30 years.
Stuffed in pockets, in clothing. No mention of the golden bars. As we reassemble our panel, Rick Davis is joining us. If you're with us on YouTube, wouldn't you like to be where Rick is? In sunny Arizona. Bloomberg Politics contributor, Republican strategist. Alvin Jordan's back, Democratic analyst from Rock Solutions. Rick, I've never heard of anything quite like this. Just going back through yesterday's news briefing, but this update now from Cory Booker. Is Bob Menendez done?
Well, he's certainly on the way to being done. I mean, it is quite unusual for other members of the United States Senate, the probably most exclusive club on the face of the earth, to criticize other members of the Senate. And so this is a major departure from sort of the normal decorum, the deference that is shown. And I would say Cory Booker, very popular Democratic senator from New Jersey, carries a lot of influence in that state. And I am sure they are thinking about how to defend this seat in the upcoming elections, because Menendez was up and who's going to be running. I can't imagine a scenario where Senator Menendez is able to successfully defend his seat under this cloud.
I'll ask you the same thing, Alvin. Is it curtains for Bob Menendez?
For sure. I think, if we're taking a poll of when you can, tell or determine when it's over, it's when you look around and your, kind of top allies are coming out to say, hey, I think it's just time to step down. And even with the window dressing of it's not an admission of guilt, and we all understand that, but the optics are what they are. And at this point, if it's not over, it will be very, very shortly.
He says he's going nowhere, Rick. What happens if 3-4 months go by and the Senate, kind of has its own George Santos? Does everyone move on?
No, I think this is going to linger. He was able to sort of get through a previous indictment. He was ultimately not convicted and survived it. But I think this is significantly different. I think this is salacious in the storyline, and that's going to stick with him. And I think that it's going to be up to the leadership, Democratic leadership, to put heat on him, to say, look, you're an important guy. You've done well. You need to defend yourself in court, not in a re-election. You need to step aside so we can run somebody who can hold that seat, because that is a critical seat for the Democratic majority in the Senate.
I haven't asked either of you guys about what's going on in the House, never mind the Senate, when it comes to a potential shutdown. These questions, I feel insane at this point, asking people every day about this, but there's apparently no solution in time. There just isn't enough time, legislatively speaking here, to avoid a shutdown. Alvin, is that your expectation for Saturday at midnight?
It sure seems like we're on the way to it. As we look around with, just how it's played out with, the House being sent home last week and brought back this week, we're really just running out of time. I mean, there are only so many hours in a day, and the conversations that have been had up to this point have proved to be, completely empty in that way. And I think where we are is at a point of, if the shutdown indeed happens, that, we're really, just looking solely at House Republicans in that way, as we've completely just not been efficient in our talks. And again, there's no need for any policy here. We just need to, find a solution. And I don't think that is going to happen in time.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if it showed up today, there's not enough time to get all of this done, it appears. Rick, there's talk, and we discussed this with Congressman Kildee earlier in the hour, the Senate delivering a continuing resolution, a stopgap bill, to the House at some point before the end of the week. Chuck Schumer's moving on that today. It's also been suggested that Speaker McCarthy needs to let things shut down just to curry favor, let some of the bad blood out of the House before he deals with things and starts working with Democrats to pass a CR. Is that how this ends?
It might. There's obviously not a clear end game for the Speaker. Every avenue he's tried have been thwarted by differing members of his caucus on the far right. And so I think he's in a trapped position. I think your interview with Dan Kildee, a member of the Ways and Means and Budget Committee, was really timely, because I think he has actually the right idea. Pick up the phone and call Hakeem Jeffries. He can actually help you pass all of this stuff by Saturday's deadline, but you can't spend all your time negotiating with Matt Gaetz if you expect to get this done. So there is a pathway. It's just the question as to whether or not the Speaker has come to the end of his rope. Because even if you get through this, with a short time shutting down the government, you still have to pass all these spending bills, and you're right back into the fire. And so that's a big question for me, is whether or not this is a Boehner-type exit, where he gets his spending done and then exit the stage and leave the Chaos Caucus to itself.
Is there anyone else to take that job?
Well, there's always somebody who wants to be Speaker. and my guess is probably not his number two, Stephen Scalise. He's fighting cancer right now. But there are a lot of talented people who've served in his group, and any one of them could step up without the deal that exists that allows one person to, call into question his leadership.
Amazing. Rick Davis and Alvin Jordan, great conversation today. They're back with us for some final thoughts next here on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where there are clouds hanging over the Capitol. But I guess I could say the same about the White House. It is cloudy today. Straight ahead with a lot more. This is Bloomberg.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg newsroom with your company headlines. Let's first start off with this breaking news that crossed the Bloomberg in the past few minutes. Just for some background, private equity firms, they lately have been morphing into private credit firms. And with that as the backdrop comes word that Wells Fargo and Centerbridge Partners launching a direct lending fund. It's the latest in the flurry of bank efforts to gain share in the $1.5 trillion private debt market. Some of the other company news we're following today. The U.S. Federal Trade Commission suing Amazon. This is a long-anticipated antitrust case. The e-commerce giant being accused of monopolizing online marketplace services by degrading the quality for shoppers and also overcharging the sellers. It's also accused of illegally forcing sellers on its platform to use its logistics and delivery services. So Amazon shares, they've been down basically most of the session. After this news, they were down close to 3%. JP Morgan Chase reaching settlements with former executive Jess Staley and the U.S. Virgin Islands over ties to Jeffrey Epstein as it seeks to end its legal problems over its banking relationship to the deceased pedophile. The biggest U.S. bank tentatively agreeing to pay $75 million in this case. And U.S. intelligence agencies getting their own ChatGPT-style tool to sift through an avalanche of public information for clues, according to the CIA. Those are the company stories we're following this hour. I'm John Tucker, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew on Bloomberg Radio.
We are live from Washington, where we'll add Kaylee Lyons to the conversation coming up in just 5 minutes, so don't go anywhere. In fact, we've got an update for you right now on world and national news with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. President Biden is standing shoulder to shoulder with United Auto Workers as their strike against the big three automakers enters its 12th day. He talked with workers today along a Detroit picket line.
You guys, the UAW, you saved the automobile industry back in 2008 and before. Made a lot of sacrifices, gave up a lot, and the companies were in trouble. But now they're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too.
It's the first time a sitting U.S. president has stood on the picket line alongside workers. Biden's visit to Michigan comes a day before former President Trump holds his own event in Detroit to woo automakers. Both are looking for union support in the next election. Attorney General Merrick Garland is promising the families of fentanyl victims that his department will continue its efforts to combat the epidemic. Bloomberg's Irv Chapman has more on a DEA summit today.
Garland said officers are targeting every aspect of the production and distribution of fentanyl.
That includes going after their suppliers in China. It includes the operators of the clandestine labs in Mexico. It includes the weapons suppliers who arm the cartels with firearms smuggled from the United States. And it includes going after the cartel's leaders.
Garland said practically every day of the week an arrest is made or a criminal convicted and sentenced for poisoning young Americans with fentanyl. In Washington, Irv Chapman, Bloomberg Radio.
The rollout of the new COVID shot is running into some problems with reports that insurance companies are balking at covering the cost. The Department of Health and Human Services says it's looking into it. The department wrote to insurance companies last week, explaining their obligation is to provide coverage and to pick up the tab without any cost sharing. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Joe.
Nancy, thank you. As we prepare for tomorrow's big debate, Simi Valley, we recall the one that took place on this day in 1960, Chicago. A young senator named John F. Kennedy, and of course the vice president, Richard Nixon, the first televised presidential candidates debate.
I don't want historians 10 years from now to say, these were the years when the tide ran out for the United States. I want them to say, these were the years when the tide came in. These were the years when the United States started to move again.
It is essential that a man who's president of this country certainly stand for every program that will mean for growth. And I stand for programs that will mean growth and progress.
As I read on Daybreak at the terminal this morning, polls showed Kennedy moving after this first debate from a small deficit to a slight lead over Nixon. And you know the legend that surrounds this whole debate. Nixon looked older, he was sweating. Optics were introduced in a whole different way in presidential politics. And as we reassemble our panel for some final thoughts, Rick Davis, it does bring us to the looming debates in the general election, assuming that it will be Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. The level that optics will play, with age being such a factor, is something that might be very difficult for these candidates to prepare for, isn't it?
Yeah, this will be the first time you'll ever have presidential debates, potentially, with two incumbents. It's like nothing you've ever imagined. And I do think we could take a lesson from that 1960 debate, which was done in a studio without interruption from a crowd. And I think that if I were Joe Biden and knowing the antics of Donald Trump, I would insist that the same thing occur now that occurred in 1960.
You agree with that, Alvin?
If I'm Joe Biden, I do. If I'm the former President Trump, I, of course, would like all the antics to be, very, very present in that way. But I do think that the important thing to remember here is that, this is something that is still the opportunity to get a look at who is going to potentially lead our country. And that's something that's still very important today.
Well, great points by all. Alvin Jordan, Rock Solutions, and Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributor. As always, thank you. I want to join Rick in the desert here. It's raining in Washington. I'm Joe Matthew in the nation's capital. We'll bring in Kaylee coming up next. Glad you're with us. Hour 2 of Sound On starts right now.
from our nation's capital, this is Bloomberg Sound On.
The Biden administration says we're making good on a long-held promise. Ballooning budget deficits in Washington. We're in a bizarro political world here.
Bloomberg Sound On. Politics, policy, and perspective from D.C.'s top names.
Most people, including most Republicans in Congress, understand that we need to get aid to Ukraine.
Who's going to take us in a rational way into the future and lead our country?
This has really become kind of a new frontier in American politics, is this battle between red states and blue cities.
Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
Joe Biden becomes the first sitting president to visit a picket line. Welcome to Hour 2 of Sound On. As the president elevates the auto strike to new levels a day before Donald Trump does the same with his visit to Detroit, we're joined this hour by Sharon Block, professor of practice, executive director of the Center for Labor and a Just Economy at Harvard Law. Worked on the Biden transition team and will talk to us about the future workforce that we're getting a peek at in this UAW strike. Later this hour, Wendy Benjaminson, Bloomberg Washington senior editor on the shutdown politics echoing around the Capitol here, and later we'll talk to Gregory Cordy, Bloomberg politics reporter, about the big debate. The final card is set. Right now, we update Wall Street, though. For that, we go back to New York and John Tucker. Hey, John.
Hey, Joe. Lots of red on the screen. The S&P 500, in fact, all 11 major industry groups, they are in the red right now. Risk off in today's trading. There are growing concerns about the economy. You have the Conference Board September Consumer Confidence Survey falling to 103. That's actually a 4-month low. Late yesterday, Moody's warned that a government shutdown could be negative for U.S. credit ratings. And the idea of higher rates for longer, that's still there. Alex Brazier at BlackRock is among those that support the idea of higher for longer from the Federal Reserve.
We think the U.S. has experienced a slowdown in its trend potential growth rate, thanks to demographic shifts and reduced labor supply. So in a way, the Fed had to weigh on the economy in order to get inflation down. So it's good news inflation's coming down, but actually it's come at a price. And it'll need to keep weighing on activity to keep the economy on that lower trend growth path.
And then the U.S. Federal Trade Commission suing Amazon.com. It was a long-anticipated antitrust case. It accuses the e-commerce giant of monopolizing the online marketplace services. Right now, the S&P 500, 57 points lower. That's down 1.3%. We're at 4280. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 374 points. That's a decline of 1.1%. And the NASDAQ 100 down 201 points. That is a decline of 1.4%. Definite risk off in today's trading. Kaylee and Joe.
John, thank you. Great to have John Tucker with us. And great to have you with us as well on the radio and on YouTube. You can still jump in the studio. The cameras are lit. Go to YouTube, search Bloomberg Global News. You'll even find Kaylee Lines. Nice to see you.
Hey, Joe.
I was just looking at you on television, yet here you are. It's the miracle of broadcasting. I look back to where we were at this time yesterday. Little has changed with regard to shutdown politics.
Right.
But we saw history in the making, at least briefly, with President Biden. We didn't know exactly what the choreography for this whole thing would be, but he did get on the picket line, so to speak, grabbed a bullhorn.
Yep.
Made good on his promise, and based on what we're reading, made history.
Indeed. And that's what Sean Fain had to say. This is the first time a sitting U.S. president has done this. And that's exactly what Biden did. And he had some pretty supportive words for union members.
He sure did. Let's listen.
UAW, you saved the automobile industry back in 2008 and before. Made a lot of sacrifices. Gave up a lot. And the companies were in trouble. But now they're doing incredibly well. And guess what? You should be doing incredibly well, too.
Okay. He says they need to step up for us. Kaylee, and he sure sounded like a union leader.
Us.
Yes, there you are.
Yeah.
Us, you say. So it's an us versus them when you put it like that, but I've been making the point, or at least reminding people, the number of times he had the leaders of the big three at the White House to help forward the transition to EVs and thus Bidenomics. So what's the next phone call with Mary Barra going to be like?
That's a really good question. This is the conundrum for the Biden administration. On the one hand, this president wants to be both the most pro-union in history. On the other hand, he wants to be a climate president. and advanced his EV agenda and a transition to electric vehicles powered by clean energy. So it's very difficult when you have the company saying, on the one hand, we can't afford this, what they're asking for. The president was asked at the picket line if he thought the UAW should get a 40% raise. He said yes. But you need automakers to be able to afford to invest extra profits into advancing technology, like when it comes to EVs.
We spoke earlier in the program with Congressman Dan Kildee, a Democrat from Michigan, who was on the picket line 2 days ago and didn't even try to wager on how long this strike might go for, but seems to believe, in fact, believes very strongly that these are not competing mandates, if you will. We talk a lot about the Fed's dual mandate, and the president's got his own.
Yeah.
Support union labor and transition to EVs, and they're bumping into each other.
Yeah, it's you want your cake and to eat it too. And of course, you had the likes of Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg over the weekend saying this should be a win-win. Everybody should win. I guess it's just a question of if everybody can.
Yeah, well put. As we bring in Sharon Block, I've been looking forward to this conversation. I know you have too, Kaylee, Professor of Practice and Executive Director of the Center for Labor and a Just Economy at Harvard Law, with quite a resume. Former member of the National Labor Relations Board and former senior advisor to the Biden-Harris transition team. And Sharon has one foot set in the future here as we look at an evolving workforce. Sharon, it's great to have you. Welcome to Bloomberg. Based on what we're just saying, what do you make of this dual mandate for this president to support union labor and the transition to EVs? Are they not arguing with each other?
No, and I think, Joe Biden is the president to really show how they work together because they're both incredibly important to him. And I think that one way to think about it is his vision for the EV future is a future where it doesn't come at the expense of workers, but that workers have a voice in how we make this transition. I think we've heard Shawn Fain, president of UAW, say over and over again, he doesn't want to stop the move to EVs, but he wants to make sure that his members have a say in how it comes about. And so I think, President Biden just sort of, he personifies the fact that workers have to win the EV future, and they're only going to be able to do that if they've got a meaningful seat at the table. And that's, I think, what the strike is a lot of what the strike is about.
And of course, Professor, it was Biden that was there with the UAW today. Tomorrow is going to be former President Trump. And I'd like to call attention to something the former president posted on Truth Social earlier. This is the quote. "The only thing Biden could say today that would help the striking auto workers is to announce the immediate termination of his ridiculous EV mandate. Anything else is just a feeble and insulting attempt to distract American labor from this vicious Biden betrayal." What's your response to that?
I don't really want to respond directly to the former president. I don't even understand what that means. UAW members live in this world, so they are also living with the impact of the climate crisis. So it's in everybody's interest for us to make progress in addressing the climate crisis, UAW members and the rest of us too. So I think, the president I'd like to, focus on what I think President Biden wanted to accomplish by coming to Detroit today, by coming to the picket line, which is to signal with these workers that he sees the importance of their voice in this future. And even more importantly, Joe Biden was in the White House, part of the administration, when the UAW made these incredible sacrifices to save the auto industry. And so it just makes sense that he's now standing with them and saying, you know what? They deserve to share in the success too. And there's such a through line for this president from those really difficult days at the beginning of the Obama administration to today with a thriving auto industry. And as the president who's done more to address the climate crisis than any other president, it's just, he really does just stand at the intersection of these historical trends. So I think he deserves great credit for coming to the picket line today and for continuing to press for, this transition to an EV future, but having it be a just transition.
Why mandate that transition, though, Sharon, as opposed to allowing the industry to move in that direction on its own? He's had partners in the leaders of the big three. And some would suggest that he's playing both sides of the fence here.
Well, I mean, I think if you look at the legislation that's passed, the Inflation Reduction Act, he's provided a lot of incentives for these companies to make this transition. They're each going to do it in their own way. This is not a one-size-fits-all transition, but we do have an incredibly urgent situation as we've all lived through this summer. We need to address the climate crisis, and the president worked with members of Congress who supported the Inflation Reduction Act to do it in a way that's achievable, that will accommodate the company's interests, and through the strike, I think we'll make sure that it accommodates the workers' interests too.
You know, Professor, the EV issue isn't the only thing at play here in these issues, in these negotiations between the union and automakers. There's a number of things that they have raised, including just job security more generally, as you see the evolution of technology, not just in terms of if it's powered by an internal combustion engine or a battery, but just technology evolving to the extent that workers who had jobs in the past may not be looking at those same jobs in the future. How do you guarantee security in existing jobs instead of focusing on retraining workers for new ones, for example? How should we be thinking about that balance?
Yeah, I mean, I think balance is the right word. I mean, that is how you can tackle the future. You need a balance between helping workers who want to stay in the industry, who want to learn new skill sets to continue to be, evolving members of these companies and supporting them as they go forward. But there are also workers who've invested a tremendous amount of their lives in these companies. And so you need to balance that also with some basic level of security to sort of recognize that investment that workers have made in these companies. This is an industry, I think the collective bargaining relationships between the UAW and the auto companies go back like 100 years. Think about all the technological changes that this industry has gone through over those 100 years. And they figured out how to make it work through a very mature collective bargaining relationship. So I think we're going to see them figure it out this time too.
You wear a couple of different hats in this conversation, Sharon Block. One of them, as I mentioned, is a former member of the National Labor Relations Board. I wonder what you think of the distance on some of the other issues, particularly retirement. When the union is coming back around, we're trying to advance. We're talking about advancing into the future of electric vehicles, but they want to go back to an 80s-style pension plan, and that appears to be a deal breaker for the big three. Is that a bridge too far? If you're trying to get people to the table and make a deal, would you tell them to pull back on that request?
Well, I would certainly never tell them what to put on the table or take off the table. These are very complicated collective bargaining relationships with a lot of moving pieces. And so it's really hard to isolate one particular proposal from all the others to figure out how it's going to play out. The union's going to have to figure out what's most important to it. The companies are going to have to figure out what's most important to them. No party comes to a collective bargaining situation expecting to get everything that they ask for. So I think you're going to see some give and take. You're going to see some proposals fall off the table or, be modified. But again, these are parties that know each other really well. They've got a long history. They have made historic decisions together in the past. And so I have confidence in their ability to negotiate through this, historic time. But again, if you think about a 100-year collective bargaining relationship, they've got a good track record.
Well, and this isn't the only example of collective bargaining in action that we are viewing in real time at the moment. We, of course, all awoke to the news yesterday or Sunday evening that the Writers Guild had finally reached an agreement with studios, at least a tentative one. At the heart of that issue was another technological advancement. It was about AI. How should we be thinking about AI and the American worker, Sharon?
I think it's a fascinating issue, and I'm really looking forward to seeing more detail about how the WGA and the studios tackled that issue and got to an agreement. I think there are a lot of workers out there who, especially over the past few months, over the summer, or as we're seeing sort of all of these AI products accelerating and really evolving at a very rapid pace. I think a lot of people are sitting out there thinking, how are their jobs going to be impacted by AI? I think including workers who probably never really thought about themselves as vulnerable before. And so I think there's going to be a lot of interest and attention to how this issue was resolved within this collective bargaining relationship. But I think it's also really going to signal to a broader swath of the public that collective bargaining is a really important way of having a say in your own future. And I'll be really interested to see if there's an expansion, an increase in interest in collective bargaining, because we're seeing in all these different sectors ways that in the collective bargaining relationship, they're resolving really knotty problems about the future and technology.
Sharon, I just saw a tweet, if I guess we don't call it that in X, whatever, from Elon Musk as we're talking here. And he says they want a 40% pay raise in a 32-hour work week, referring to the UAW here. Sure way to drive GM, Ford, and Chrysler bankrupt, he says. Some people think Elon Musk and this non-union approach in a right-to-work state is the future. And that company's been doing pretty well. Where is he wrong?
I think he's wrong in almost every respect. First of all, I think it's really inappropriate to question the loyalty of the UAW and its members to these companies as if what they want is to drive these companies into bankruptcy. Again, it's not that long ago that the UAW members made these great sacrifices to save these companies. So to suggest that they're going to push for a contract, again, when you put all the different pieces of the contract together, that's going to bankrupt the companies is just wrong. It's wrong to suggest that, and there's no basis for it. So I would flip, though, this situation back on Elon Musk and say, what's going to happen at Tesla if and when there's a good agreement in this strike and his workers see that they can get a better deal if they've got collective bargaining representation?
This is a great question. We've addressed this before, Kaylee. They may feel quite emboldened, certainly after what we saw at UPS.
Yeah, is there a contagion effect?
Right. Sharon Block, many thanks for the insights with us here today on Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. A lot of red on the screen today. Risk-off sentiment dominating the markets. S&P 500 back to where it was in early June. There's increasing concern about the resilience of the U.S. economy. You had the Conference Board September Consumer Confidence Survey reading fall to 103. That's a 4-month low. And then the yield on the benchmark 10-year Treasury note, that continues to stay near multi-year highs. You have technology stocks pacing the declines today. Costco, they're going to report earnings for the August-ended quarter after the market closed. And then you have a Tesla rival Fisker pairing some of its earlier gains. Bank of America analysts reiterating coverage with a buy rating. The company also announced today it plans to ramp up deliveries to 300 a day. The S&P 500, 61 points lower. This is a decline of 1.4%. We're at 42.76 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 406 points. That's down 1.2%. And the Nasdaq 100, 214 points lower, down about 1.5%. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
So I guess this is the countdown to the shutdown, Kaylee. There are a lot of different things happening on Capitol Hill. Speaker McCarthy's trying to work up or at least promote his own continuing resolution. The Senate's got one of their own that will, quote-unquote, jam the House. Some folks want to see things shut down. You put it all together, and there's just not enough time for anything else to happen, it appears, at this point. Saturday at midnight, we're going for it.
Yeah, the clock is ticking and ticking quite rapidly. And as you talk about the Senate potentially jamming the House, isn't it really just Speaker McCarthy that's going to get jammed? Because if the Senate does send a continuing resolution through the body of the FAA reauthorization to the House, he has to make a decision. Either allow that to go to the floor and for the entire body to vote on it, or don't, and then potentially risk a discharge petition.
Or slow walk it. Let things shut down for about a week. Let the bad blood out, then bite the bullet and call Hakeem Jeffries. That's basically what Dan Kildee told us last hour, the congressman from Michigan. He says, by the way, you can get this whole thing, get this passed right now if you call Hakeem and ask him for help.
The problem is
going to happen.
What will Matt Gaetz say about that?
And I'll tell you what, Kevin McCarthy sounding pretty frustrated earlier today on Capitol Hill, generating the headline. McCarthy says House will pass stopgap with border security. Here he is.
We will give an opportunity for Democrats on the floor to join with us to keep government open while at the same time securing the border. The president can no longer ignore this border. He has ignored the leaders in his party. He has ignored the American families who have lost their children. He has ignored the mayors of this country.
He's not happy, and he's asking the president now for a meeting on border security. So we're not getting this done in time for Saturday.
Doesn't seem so.
That means we could take the rest of the week off, right?
If only.
Wendy Benjaminson would never let her troops do that at a time like this.
Never.
Bloomberg's Washington senior editor is with us in studio. You can hear it in his voice, Wendy. This is stressful.
Oh, he is stressed. He has painted himself into the teeny tiniest little corner because that Senate resolution, continuing resolution, is probably dead on arrival in the House. There is this group of moderate House Democrats from Trump districts and moderate House Republicans from Biden districts who would like to all come together and get something done. There's no way that the House far-right Republicans are going to go for it. And Democrats are also feeling like, hey, wait a minute, didn't you just try to impeach our president or call for impeachment hearings? We're not in a mood to help either. And, of course, they're all waiting to see who's going to get blamed for this before one or the other starts cooperating. There was that weird Washington Post poll over the weekend, ABC poll, about Trump and Biden, but it also said voters were leaning toward blaming Democrats for the shutdown, which must have been the only good news McCarthy's had all week. But no, he's paralyzed.
Right, because there is the threat of a motion to vacate hanging over his head. Matt Gaetz, the Republican from Florida, has really called attention to that. And he told me last week any Republican who works with Democrats is signing their own political death warrant. So to your point on how there are some moderate Republicans who would like to, it just kind of speaks to no one seems like they can win here.
Well, and
Or
also,
hold back. Sorry.
Well, and that.
No, and also it's this sort of wag the dog thing. Is Matt Gaetz the speaker or is Kevin McCarthy? It's really, at some point Kevin McCarthy probably will have to decide, I'm not going to listen to the junior senator from Florida.
So it's a matter of calling the bluff, right?
I suppose so, although if he does, he loses his job. Although at some point I would think voters would want Kevin McCarthy to worry more about their jobs than his own. He'll still be a congressman from California.
Listen to how Matt Gaetz put this in a separate conversation from Kaylee's on something called the Timcast, which appears to be like a big thing. I had to bleep it because it's Matt Gaetz.
What the threat is that five liberal or moderate Republicans could just say, we don't want to do the single subject bills. We don't want to go through the pain of doing the cuts to foreign aid or to food stamps or anything like that. So we're just going to go sign what's called a discharge petition and then just move that thing like through a goose.
I never heard of S through a goose before. I know I brought this up earlier. But that's still his, I believe.
It's grease through a goose.
Is that right? I have no idea. But I'm not even going to try to figure that out right now. Yeah, he does seem to be having a good time. And I do wonder if Democrats would come to the Speaker's defense. We've floated this idea as well, with a present vote or don't show up or maybe just even vote for him. If it comes down to, hey, keep the government open, we'll back you up as Speaker.
I think he would have had a very good chance of that before the call to impeach the leader of their party. If they hadn't decided to proceed with this impeachment, there would be more Democrats willing to cooperate, willing to compromise. I think now more positions are hardening. There may still be because voters don't want a shutdown, but we'll have to see.
Well, to that point, as we're working against the shutdown clock at midnight Saturday, on Thursday, that first impeachment inquiry will be happening in the House. So that's going to be something to watch. Meanwhile, in the Senate, what we're all watching in addition to shutdown risk is what's going on with New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, who, of course, last week was indicted. There were some gold bars, a bunch of cash, a Mercedes in question, charges of bribery and corruption.
That was just his emergency cash fund.
Well, he didn't talk about the gold bars. Still looking for exactly what that might be about. And yet there is now a growing list of his colleagues, including, importantly, his fellow New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, who are saying, yes, you deserve a presumption of innocence, but you still should resign.
That's a big one.
Right. There's a difference between your rights as a criminal defendant and the political reality of being a United States Senator. It's worth noting that Cory Booker was a character witness at Menendez's first trial.
The last time around.
And has usually defended people who he's close to, literally to the death. And this time he's saying, time to go. So that sort of was hit an inflection point when he spoke up today.
Lindsey Graham was also a character witness in that first indictment. I don't think there's going to be
he may have a different
of the
list
Senate showing up now, that's for sure. Although he says, well, not only was he saving for a rainy day, there's more to it.
For 30 years, I have withdrawn thousands of dollars in cash from my personal savings account, which I have kept for emergencies and because of the history of my family facing confiscation in Cuba.
What do you make of that? Family facing confiscation in Cuba. He stuffed the pockets of his jacket. I mean, it's not like this was in a, I don't know what it should be, a shoebox under the mattress, but
a safe.
This didn't seem like the most obvious place. Maybe a safe to your
And
point,
also,
Kaylee?
it's $480,000. I mean, we all have a couple $100 squirreled away in case the ATM breaks down, right? But $480,000? That's a lot of that's a big emergency he's expecting.
Sock drawer, says producer James, or maybe the freezer. We've got a long history of putting cash in the freezer.
Under the mattress. Yeah. But to this point, it's an optics problem, right? Regardless of allowing the legal process to play out. What a lot of these senators said, like John Tester, the senator from Montana, also a Democrat, said that this undermines the public's confidence in the U.S. Senate, that ultimately that is what is at issue here.
Well, and more so for the 2024 elections, what is the best argument against Donald Trump? He's been indicted on 91 criminal charges. If you've got Democratic senators indicted on, I don't know exactly how many charges Menendez was charged on, but if you've got that kind of problem on the other side, the whataboutism just writes itself. And it's a problem. Democrats, if they're going to go after Trump on moral, ethical, and legal grounds, then they have to have a clean House.
And so,
Senate and White House.
You'll hate this question, by the way.
I will.
Are both the shutdown and the resignation of the senator from New Jersey inevitable?
I don't know about the resignation. Menendez
So he
seems
just hangs
dug
around.
in like a tick.
So what
doesn't he?
happens when 6 months go by then? I asked Rick earlier, I think it was Rick Davis, is the George Santos of the Senate? Everyone just kind of learns to live with it?
It could be, but of course, there is a criminal process. And it could be that, you know, his lawyers advise him to resign, or he certainly, and he's not chairman of Senate Foreign Relations anymore, right? So he may be able to hold on, or he may decide not to. He's also got a strong opponent already for his reelection.
So maybe just see things out.
So voters may just take care of this on their own.
Yeah, it's interesting. Congressman Andy Kim from New Jersey said, okay, I'll go for the seat. He was really one of the first Democrats to come out vocally against Menendez on Friday, in addition with New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy. But you didn't really start to see the calls from the Senate happening until today. It feels, Joe, almost like some kind of dam broke, right? And it's just now
It's
one
named
after
Cory.
another.
Booker. True enough. It's always a great conversation when you forget you're on the air, and that's what usually happens with Wendy Benjamin. It's great to have you. I mean that in the best way possible. Bloomberg Washington senior editor. Let's get a check on world and national news now. It's Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Thanks, Joe. It is believed to be a first. Today, President Biden joined striking UAW workers along a Detroit picket line. The union remains at odds over a variety of issues beyond pay increases. One of them is the transition over to electric vehicles. Democratic Congressman Dan Kildee is from Michigan and explains what workers fear.
It's not so much about whether the world will change and more vehicles will be electric. That's going to happen no matter who builds them. It's the question for us, for those workers, is to make sure they have their share of that future.
Kildee tells Bloomberg Sound On the union is worried the move to EV production will give automakers an excuse to move toward non-union shops. The Supreme Court is allowing work to proceed on a new Alabama congressional map with a second majority black district. Bloomberg Supreme Court reporter Greg Storr says the justices rejected Alabama's plea to retain Republican-drawn lines.
Alabama redid their districts, and there is not a second majority black district. And a lower court said, nope, that's not good enough. You need another second district. And the Supreme Court said, we're going to leave that ruling intact.
The new districts could help Democrats trying to flip control of the House. Israeli Foreign Minister Eli Cohen says beginning this fall, Israeli citizens will not need a visa to enter the U.S. Israel has been trying to join the visa waiver program for years, but Bloomberg's Ethan Bronner says Cohen appears to have jumped the gun on that announcement.
The only thing is that the United States has said it is going to make a decision on that this week, and its officials were irritated that Foreign Minister Cohen preempted them with an announcement.
That's Bloomberg's Ethan Bronner reporting from Tel Aviv. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. The S&P 500 falling to the lowest levels since early June. All 11 of the major industry groups in the index, they are in the red right now. You have technology stocks, they're among the biggest drags. There is growing concern over higher interest rates for longer from the Federal Reserve, and also a bit of disconcerting data today regarding consumer confidence. That's lower. Let's get more on that from Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
CoreLogic reports U.S. home prices rose for a sixth month in June, setting a record. Seattle, San Diego, and Los Angeles led 20 major cities on a month-over-month basis. In a separate report, government data show August new home sales fell to a 5-month low, due in part to costs. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Some of the individual tech giants, Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google, parent Alphabet, all dragging on the stock benchmarks today. And then you have Wall Street's fear gauge. This is the VIX, the volatility index, on track to close at the highest since May. S&P 500, 65 points lower, down 1.5%, 42.72 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 415 points. That's a decline of 1.2%. And the NASDAQ 100, 231 points lower. That is down 1.6%. We check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Keely Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
So it's debate night tomorrow night, and the stage is set. 7 candidates, Kaylee, which means somebody got cut.
Yeah.
That'd be the former governor of Arkansas. He's joined us on this very program, Asa Hutchinson. Not going to make the cut. You have to get the polling and you have to get the donations, and the RNC says you're not invited.
Yeah, and we asked him about this scenario when he joined us just
sure
weeks
did.
ago.
You sure did.
And I said, hey, if it doesn't happen, is it time to maybe leave the race?
You want to do this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm not going to set, timelines and specific criteria for it. But whenever you look at the polls, there's 2 criteria for being on the debate. One is 3% of the polls. We have made one poll nationally at 3%, and so we need one more, or some early state polls. And so we're optimistic that we're going to get there. And then secondly, our donor base, and we're going to make that. And so I plan on being at that debate. Nothing would mean more to me than to be at the Reagan Library as somebody who was appointed by Ronald Reagan as the youngest U.S. attorney in the nation years ago. And so I expect to be there. We got a little work to do to get there. And so if anybody calls you in a poll, please answer Asa Hutchinson.
Not quite.
Our producer, James, said, sad to see he didn't get the sound on bump. That's not nice, James. Gregory Cordy is in studio with us today, Bloomberg Politics reporter. He's the man covering many of these campaigns, including, I guess, what still is the Hutchinson campaign. So what's the story? You wrote about it, by the way. This is tough stuff on the terminal. GOP debate card shrinks as low-polling Hutchinson cut from stage. What's the moral of the story? Nice guys finish last.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of that in this post-Trump Republican Party, right? It's all about ginning up the outrage, the grievance, the viral moments, trolling the libs, right? And Asa Hutchinson didn't really do that. He's a throwback to an earlier era of the Republican Party. I can imagine him doing, I don't know that he would have won the nomination in 2012 by any stretch of the imagination, but I can imagine him doing respectably well in a previous era of the Republican Party. Yep. But it just goes to show, and I don't want to spend the whole segment talking about Asa Hutchinson, but it goes to show just how far this party has moved to this more populist, Trumpian flavor, where a very traditional conservative like Asa Hutchinson, on any measure of economic and social conservatism, Asa Hutchinson is going to be in the 98th percentile, I'm thinking.
and yet he just feels out of place in this current Republican Party.
Okay, so just one more question on him. Instead of the debate, he's going to be counter-programming of the frontrunner former president in Detroit. Can you just talk to us about that?
Yeah, it's really interesting because this is a strategy that actually Chris Christie, the former governor of New Jersey, who's also sort of struggling to stay on the debate stage, and he made it for this debate in the Reagan Library. But Chris Christie has telegraphed this idea that if Donald Trump doesn't show up to these debates, he's just going to start following Trump around the country and just, counter-programming everything that Trump does. Hutchinson, now having the luxury of not having to appear on the debate stage, is taking that play from the Christie playbook. And at least on Wednesday night, he's going to be in Detroit talking about Trump as Trump is talking to auto workers and not at the debate.
Well, so let's look at the lineup. It does not include Asa Hutchinson. We've established that. Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, Mike Pence, Tim Scott, Chris Christie. Doug Burgum made the stage and Asa didn't. That's who made the cut. Now, my question, I guess, is it pile on Ron because he's still number 2 in most polls? I realize not so much any longer. Or is this going to be a really tough night for Chris Christie because now he's the only guy on the stage who can bash Trump or will?
I don't know. I kind of think that Chris Christie, if I know him at all, actually sort of relishes that position. So I don't know that he's going to feel all that lonely, although he will be at the edge of the stage. They arrange the stage with the highest polling candidates in the middle, and as you get out to, lower polling candidates get out to the edge of the stage.
DeSantis in the center again?
DeSantis in the center, Haley and Ramaswamy on either side of him. And so, I think certainly DeSantis is the leader here, but I think there's also kind of a feeling in the field that DeSantis is kind of fading all by himself.
Yeah.
What the dynamic we saw in the first debate anyway was that Vivek Ramaswamy was kind of the new kid. Nobody knew him. And kind of a resentment that, this guy came out of nowhere, has never served an elective office before, never even voted in a presidential election. And here he is with the audacity to run for president. So, he actually bore a lot of the slings and arrows in the first debate. We'll have to see, how that works in the second.
Chris Christie telling him he sounded like ChatGPT. Nikki Haley saying he has no foreign policy experience, and it shows. On the subject of Nikki Haley, I do wonder how much she's going to be a focus, because as you say, Ron DeSantis is kind of in decline right now. Nikki Haley, in at least some polling, is ascendant. Does that make her more of a punching bag?
It's hard to pick winners and losers from these debates, but there is I think a pretty strong argument that Haley, if she didn't win the last debate, she certainly came out from that debate stronger than she went in. She's got a little bit of a polling bump. She's getting a little bit more attention. She released an economic plan last week that got some attention, especially here at Bloomberg.
Of course.
So yeah, I think, and I think people just sort of underestimated her in that first debate. Now they're not going to underestimate her quite as much, I think. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how she comes out punching. She certainly was, I think, aggressive, took the fight to a lot of her rivals in that first debate, and I would expect that to continue. And also, look, the issue environment has changed a little bit since that last debate. We have a UAW strike that we've been talking about, right? We have a shutdown looming. Right. And all of these candidates, especially in a debate hosted by Fox Business, you would expect an emphasis on economic issues. You would expect those kinds of things to get a lot more attention.
So Nikki Haley got the balance of power bump is what you're saying. Just a different show. Lastly, Gregory, this is the tough question, I guess, for the candidates on that stage. Does any of this exercise matter when everyone seems to believe Donald Trump is already the nominee?
This is a field that, compared to any other presidential race that I've ever covered, just seems set in cement. Yeah. Every time Trump gets indicted, he gets a little bit of a bump, but then reverts back to the mean. We saw a little bit of a bump after the first debate, but we're only talking about 1 or 2 percentage points in the averages, which
margin of error,
which is the averages. I think reduce that margin of error a little bit, but this is a remarkably set field. And so but it's also still early. We have a lot more debates to go. People are just tuning in. This is the first debate after Labor Day when people start paying attention. So we'll see.
It's not over yet. It sure looks like it, but we haven't even had a vote cast yet, Kaylee. Great conversation as always. Gregory Cordy. I'm Joe Matthew with Kaylee Lines. This is Bloomberg.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with the company news. Wells Fargo and Centerbridge Partners joining forces. And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with the company news. Wells Fargo and Centerbridge Partners joining forces, starting a direct lending fund. This is the latest in a flurry of bank efforts to gain share in the $1.5 trillion private debt market. Wells Fargo joins a growing list of banks muscling into the private credit space in recent weeks. Private credit erupted in popularity in recent years, first as investors sought higher-yielding assets in a low-rate environment, and then amid rising interest rates globally, as a lot of private loans are floating rate. And the Federal Trade Commission suing Amazon. This is a long-anticipated antitrust case. The e-commerce giant being accused of monopolizing online marketplace services by degrading quality for shoppers and overcharging sellers. It's also accused of illegally forcing sellers on its platform to use its logistics and delivery services. Bose Weinstein made his name trading in esoteric corners of the credit markets, but his most audacious bet yet may be trying to catapult his hedge fund firm into the ranks of the industry's largest players. To do that, the 50-year-old head of Saba Capital Management attempting to buy his way to the top, bidding for Sculptor Capital Management. This is a beleaguered, publicly traded money manager he aims to fold into his $4 billion firm. And those are just some of the company news stories that we are following at this hour. I'm John Tucker. You are listening to Bloomberg. Right now, the S&P 500, 66 points lower. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Sound On with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio.
We're live from Washington, where we get a check on world and national news now. Nancy Lyons has that in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom. Hi, Nancy.
Hi, Joe. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is at a crossroads when it comes to a government shutdown. He needs to decide whether to pass an interim spending bill sent over by the Senate or try to pass 4 appropriations bills before moving toward a House stopgap measure. Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson says if he opts for the Senate bill, he'll likely need support from some House Democrats, but that's a big ask, with an impeachment inquiry underway into President Biden.
If they hadn't decided to proceed with this impeachment, there would be more Democrats willing to cooperate, willing to compromise. I think now more positions are hardening. There may still be, because voters don't want a shutdown, but we'll have to see.
Bloomberg Washington senior editor Wendy Benjaminson speaking earlier with Bloomberg Sound On. The last 3 government shutdowns combined cost taxpayers nearly $4 billion. That's according to a 2019 report by a subcommittee of the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. That report looked at shutdowns in 2014, 2018, and 2019 and found the cumulative number of furlough days added up to an estimated 57,000 years of lost federal worker productivity. President Biden is in Detroit, where he engaged today with United Auto Workers who are striking against the big 3 automakers. He told them while the automakers are taking in record profits, workers should be looking at a record contract. UAW President Shawn Fain thanked the president for supporting their efforts.
This is a historic moment, the first time in our country's history that a sitting USA president has came out and stood on the picket line.
Biden is likely hoping his visit will earn him a union endorsement. Tomorrow, former President Trump will be doing the same when he travels to the state. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Joe, Kaylee?
Nancy, thank you. We've got something pretty cool coming up here. It's happening in our Washington, D.C. bureau right now, Kaylee, with breaking news on Amazon today. You brought this to my attention this morning. The FTC is suing the company.
Yeah, saying that this is an antitrust issue. Lena Khan, the chair of the FTC, says that Amazon is a monopolist and is exploiting its monopolies in ways that leave shoppers and sellers paying more for worse service. Remembering, of course, Joe, that Lena Khan has focused on Amazon in a lot of her work as an academic.
That's right.
That is what brought her to the attention, arguably, of President Biden when he tapped her for this post. And she has a trade record, or a track record of the trade.
I see what you did there.
It's been a long day. of going after tech companies is where I was going with that.
100%. It didn't work out real well with Microsoft and Activision.
Or Meta.
True enough. But this is a different case. She did brief reporters earlier, but we've got an exclusive conversation ahead with our Washington Bureau Chief, Peggy Collins, who's going to be talking with Lina Khan. Coming up, as I mentioned, live from our Washington Bureau. This is going to be a fascinating conversation that you can only hear right here.
And I'm sure as we get ready to head down the hall and join that conversation, she's going to be asked about this case, why exactly they're bringing it. And frankly, what I would like to hear is if she thinks the courts may stymie this effort as well, remembering, as you alluded to, that she's been dealt a few blows.
That's right.
In the courts in regard to multiple cases. And that's one of the reasons why she's drawn a lot of criticism on Capitol Hill from a lot of members of the Republican Party.
It's called into question the administration's overall approach to competition. And in this case, a trade commission that felt emboldened and has been challenged, but she's sticking with it here. As we say on the terminal, this case marks a career-defining moment for Lina Khan, and we'll hear from her directly in just a moment. Just one of many things happening today here in the nation's capital now that everyone's back.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, Joe.
Well, there absolutely is, and by the time we're here tomorrow, we'll be talking about the latest throws in both chambers on a shutdown. We'll have a Republican presidential debate, Donald Trump on the picket line, and I believe Gary Gensler in a hearing as well.
Yeah,
is that
that's
all
right.
tomorrow?
Talking of regulators.
Good Lord. All right, let's head down the hall and check this out. You want to stay with us and listen or watch on YouTube. Lina Khan is straight ahead with Kaylee Lines. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers Studio on YouTube and, of course, on Bloomberg Originals. It is Tuesday, September 26, 2023. And Tim and I getting ready, as you just heard from Joe Matthew, we are going to be hearing from the FTC chair. This as the U.S. FTC sued Amazon in a landmark and long-anticipated antitrust case. They definitely have Amazon in their crosshairs.
Yeah, we're looking forward to hearing from FTC Commission Chair Lina Khan, who's going to be sitting down with our own Bloomberg News DC Bureau Chief Peggy Collins in just a few minutes. In the meantime, Carol, I'm seeing a redhead here across the Bloomberg terminal. We got a lot to get to, but I got to get to this breaking news. Target is set to close 9 stores across 4 different states, this due to theft and crime.
What do they call that, shrinkage?
Shrinkage is what they call it in those earnings reports, and I wonder if we're going to start to see this from more and more companies.
That is very interesting. I also wonder what it says about kind of the overall economic environment and consumer environment. All right, we're going to get to that. Keep on that. We're also going to get the latest on the auto strike and the growing pains and stresses of the EV world. And then we've got the details of J.P. Morgan's $75 million settlement with former executive Jess Staley and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Right now, though, we are monitoring our D.C. Bureau as our Peggy Collins gets ready to sit down with the head of the FTC, Lina Khan. Let's take you to D.C.
FTC Chair, thank you so much for your time today and for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And it's actually, fun fact for all of you, it's the 109th birthday of the FTC today. So happy birthday.
Yes, a joyous occasion.
So, Chair Khan, let's start with the news because there's a lot of it out there today. Just hours ago, the FTC dropped a case against one of the world's biggest companies, Amazon. And in the case, you allege that the company is monopolizing the online marketplace in a way that's harmful for consumers and for sellers on the platform. But Amazon's already come out and said it's going to fight you in terms of challenging the case, and that the case is a radical departure for the FTC from its core mission of protecting consumers. What is your strongest argument in the case?
So look, this is a case about a set of unlawful tactics that Amazon has used to maintain its monopolies. We note in the complaint both a set of anti-discounting tactics that Amazon uses to punish any seller or retailer that dares to discount. And ultimately, these sets of tactics deter sellers and retailers from lowering prices and closes off an entire dimension of price competition. The other set of tactics we note is a coercive scheme that Amazon uses to effectively require sellers use its fulfillment service, and this in turn ends up stunting the development of independent fulfillment providers and ultimately also deprives actual and potential rivals of scale. And that's really the core theme here. These are a set of tactics, but ultimately Amazon has pursued them to deprive actual and potential competitors of the ability to gain the scale and momentum needed to effectively compete online. And having achieved and protected its monopoly power, our complaint details how Amazon is now exploiting that monopoly power in ways that harm customers, both the sellers, the tens of millions of American families that use Amazon to do their shopping, but also both the shoppers, but also the sellers, the hundreds of thousands, the tens of thousands of sellers that use Amazon to access those shoppers. And it's done that through actively raising prices. Amazon takes close to $1 out of every $2 from sellers that use its platform. It's also degraded its service by adding a whole set of pay-to-play ads that make it more difficult for consumers to find what they're looking for and steers them to higher priced products. So really encourage everybody to read the complaint. It details all of this conduct in great detail, and we're really looking forward to moving forward with it.
So one of the things in the complaint is this phrase structural relief, that you're seeking structural relief in this case, which implies a breakup. What would that look like?
So at this stage, the complaint is really focused on the issue of liability. We lay out a scheme that we believe violates the U.S. antitrust laws. What we note in the complaint is that these different aspects of Amazon's scheme have an aggregated effect. So the harm is accumulating. There are feedback loops between the harms. And so the net exclusionary effect of Amazon's conduct is quite significant. Ultimately, we'll want to make sure that any remedy is halting the illegal conduct, preventing a recurrence, and ensuring that Amazon is not able to profit and benefit from its illegal behavior. So right now, we're squarely focused on the question of liability, but when we get to the issue of remedy, those are going to be the principles we'll be focused on.
So just staying on the issue of remedy for a minute there, what do you think the company should be doing differently?
So the complaint lays out a set of tactics that we believe are illegal and that are illegally elevating and inflating prices for the American people. So at the very least, any relief would require that the company halt those tactics. But as I noted, effective relief also needs to be restoring competition to this market, which we'll be asking the judge to do as well.
And when you think about the prospect for winning the case, how would things change for consumers and sellers if you do in fact win?
So this case is ultimately about competition, and competition that has been foregone because of Amazon's unlawful tactics, as the complaint lays out. As a result of that, people are paying higher prices, right? Consumers are paying more than they otherwise would. Small businesses are having to pay a 50% Amazon tax right now. And so ultimately, the complaint is seeking to restore the lost promise of competition. Greater competition will mean lower prices, better quality, better selection, and greater innovation. And that's ultimately what this case is about.
So Amazon will say that it's providing a platform that has a mix of products on it, but also when it comes to merchants on its platform, it's offering more and more services to them, shipping, delivery, advertising, in terms of why they're like the charges that they have. How do you respond to that?
So the complaint really goes in some detail about the different ways that this, tax effectively has been increasing steadily, and the way that can be direct evidence of monopoly power. Interestingly, at various points, Amazon did experiment with giving sellers more leeway to use seller fulfilled Prime, but once Amazon recognized that would threaten its monopoly power, it switched that off, even though sellers were effectively meeting the same standards that FBA does. So, the complaint really goes through all of this in great detail and lays out why we believe these are unlawful tactics that are hurting the American people.
And you mentioned just a bit ago paid advertising, that Amazon's doing more of this, and that comes up in the complaint as well. What concerns you there?
So look, ads can be useful, ads can be relevant. What the complaint surfaces is that Amazon has used ads in ways that actually degrade the experience for shoppers, that make it more difficult for shoppers to find relevant search results, and that actually steer shoppers to higher priced products. So that's actually a degradation of service that we claim is also direct evidence of Amazon's monopoly power. In a competitive world, if you have a company that's both hiking prices and worsening services for customers, that's the type of situation that should create an opening for rivals to come in, to attract business, to grow. But it's really Amazon's exclusionary scheme that is keeping that from happening and what's enabling Amazon to effectively be exploiting its monopoly power with impunity.
What do you say to critics who say by doing these types of cases, these big swings, that you're actually getting in the way of business and the free markets?
So look, this case is entirely pro-business. It is, tens of thousands of businesses that are dependent on Amazon to reach shoppers that increasingly are paying $1 out of every $2, as well as being subjected to all sorts of, arbitrary tactics. So we believe that this lawsuit, if we're successful, will actually entirely restore the promise of free competition. Our free enterprise system is one where companies should be competing on the merits and not be able to protect their monopoly power through illegal tactics.
If you are successful, just going back to that question about structural relief, could you see a world where Amazon is not one big company, but has, different parts of it in terms of breaking it up and having different parts of the business be sole entities?
So look, we'll want to, get to the question of remedy when we get there. But ultimately, the key is going to be making sure we understand what's required in digital markets to fully compete and what the aggregated harm has been in these markets through Amazon's unlawful conduct, and how do we make sure that competition is fully being restored.
So a lot of people will point to this paper that you wrote in 2017 about Amazon, and they point to that as, rooted in your approach to antitrust and what you've brought to the job. Do you feel like today, by dropping this case, you actually have come full circle from that paper in 2017?
Look, in this job, I'm a law enforcer. I took an oath to really enforce the laws, and this case is the result of really meticulous, careful work by our staff over many years. We really followed the evidence where it took us, and as the complaint details, we believe there are facts that show Amazon is violating the antitrust laws, and that's what the case is really about.
So this is actually not the first case that you brought against Amazon. I believe it's the fourth. And one of the others was more focused on Prime services. And earlier this month, you actually added 3 executives to that complaint in terms of the charges or alleging that the company has duped consumers in terms of signing up for Prime services, but also made it really hard to cancel. What message were you trying to get across by adding those 3 Amazon executives to the case?
Look, these are decisions that we always make on a case-by-case basis. There's a legal standard you have to meet in order to show that individuals, had the direct ability and authority to participate or direct the conduct. And so, the amended complaint really lays out why we believe that's the case. We want to make sure that we apply the law in an even-handed fashion and are not just going after fraudsters and, fly-by-night scammers while ignoring unlawful conduct by larger entities. And so we want to make sure that we're even-handed and applying the law without fear or favor.
Before we move on from Amazon, because you've been very busy at the FTC, so there's other things we want to get to, but what's the most important thing you want consumers to take away from how you're approaching Amazon? Because it's so much of a part of different people's daily lives.
So look, this case is about the competition that has been lost because of Amazon's monopolization and their unlawful tactics. And consumers should be entitled to lower prices, to more competition, to more innovation. Similarly, sellers should be entitled to greater competition. And this alternative universe of greater competition, greater innovation, lower prices, better quality has been lost because of these tactics. And that's what we're really trying to get justice for.
So one of the other things we write a lot about, in addition to big tech at Bloomberg, is private equity. And the Amazon case that came out today is a landmark case, but you actually have a case that came out earlier this month that involves the private equity industry, which is a first of its kind as well. And in that case, you're really looking at the practice of roll-ups in the private equity industry, where they're buying multiple companies in the same industry. What concerns you there?
So this was a lawsuit that the FTC filed last week against USAP and Welsh Carson, the private equity firm. And as the complaint lays out, there was a scheme here to roll up the market. There was a concerted scheme to do serial acquisitions by a whole set of anesthesiology practices, and then after buying them, raising the price for Texas patients, for businesses. And so those are the practices that we're going after. Historically, there's been less attention paid to stealth consolidation through serial acquisitions or acquisitions, each one of which may not trigger concern, but where in the aggregate you have a roll-up. And we thought it was incredibly important to be scrutinizing these practices. And as the complaint lays out, this ended up monopolizing all sorts of markets in Texas, ultimately raising prices. We also, in the complaint, detail certain price-setting agreements as well as market allocation schemes that we think also unlawfully resulted in Texas businesses and patients paying more than they otherwise would have.
So you also indicate that this is an area that you're looking at and will continue to look at. And actually one law firm out there said, it's required reading for investors and private equity firms that are doing the practice of buying multiple companies in the same industry. So if you're in the private equity industry, where can they expect you to look at next?
So look, we follow where the facts take us. This investigation and case was in the context of anesthesiology, but it's no secret there's been a lot of reporting about other areas where we may have seen these types of roll-ups. And so we want to make sure, we're scrutinizing where there may be the most harm.
So in the past, these type of acquisitions have gone through. How hard is it going to be for you to convince people to change course and maybe, look at blocking some of these type of acquisitions in the future?
So the FTC recently, alongside the Justice Department, rolled out proposed merger guidelines that lay out the kind of analytical tools and frameworks that we'll be using to assess whether mergers or acquisitions violate the U.S. antitrust laws. In those guidelines, we note that serial acquisitions can also violate the antitrust laws. And when enforcers are looking at a particular transaction, we may look at that transaction not just in a silo, but as a part of an overall pattern of acquisitions. We also recently proposed an update to the HSR form. This is the set of information that companies provide to us if they're proposing a deal that triggers notification. As part of that additional information, we would also be seeking a list of prior acquisitions that companies made in a particular market. And so we're hoping that that could also give us more visibility on the front end to be blocking any type of unlawful roll-up scheme and preventing harm on the front end rather than years later.
So as I said, the FTC has been very busy of late. One of the cases where you actually had a loss and courts pushed back was the Microsoft Activision case against that deal. What is one of the lessons that you learned from that experience?
So look, I'm not going to be able to talk about that matter because it's still in pending litigation. But, anytime we suffer a setback in the courts, we always look at that very closely. As you know, an appeal is pending, and so we're hopeful about next steps.
Another area of renewed focus for you is the issue of labor. So we're seeing strikes across the country right now, from Hollywood to Detroit, and your agency announced a collaboration or a further collaboration with the Department of Labor recently to look at labor market and antitrust issues there. Can you tell us a little about what you're looking at there and what concerns you?
So overall, we want to make sure that we're enforcing the antitrust laws to protect everybody. That means protecting consumers, but it also means protecting workers. There's been a whole set of empirical work over the last decade showing that markets can be highly concentrated in ways that harm not just sellers, but concentrated in ways that harm labor, harm workers. And the monopsony power may be more prevalent than we had previously realized. So that's something that we've been scrutinizing more generally. The FTC in January proposed a rule that would eliminate non-compete clauses in employment contracts. We've also pursued enforcement actions that resulted in non-competes being dropped for thousands of workers. So this is wanting to make sure we're protecting workers from anti-competitive conduct and unlawful abuses of monopoly power is a focus for us across the board. We've entered into MOUs with the Labor Department as well as the NLRB to make sure that we're able to share information as appropriate and eliminate blind spots and make sure we're not just working in silos and able to pursue areas where we may have shared goals.
And what concerns you most in terms of labor with some of these trends that we're seeing, especially since the pandemic, in terms of wages and where the FTC may be able to help there?
So overall, we want to make sure that we're understanding what monopsony power looks like. And so in our draft merger guidelines, we, for the first time, lay out how we're going to be assessing whether a merger may undermine competition for labor and for workers. Switching jobs is different from buying a toaster, right? There are search frictions. There are other dynamics that are unique to labor markets. There are certain metrics that we want to be looking at in terms of impact on wages, but also impact on benefits. We've heard from people that, after certain mergers, the ways that the experience can be degraded for workers is not just through their pay being docked or frozen, but through people having less control over their schedules, right? There are all sorts of ways in which the particularities of how monopsony power manifests is going to look different than how we analyze markets and harm to consumers. And so we're doing a lot of conversations and making sure we're hearing from workers to make sure our analysis is really robust in that area.
Another area that we write about a lot at Bloomberg is AI. How are you thinking about AI in terms of antitrust and the mission of the FTC in terms of making sure that you protect consumers?
So this is top of mind for us across our work. We've noted on the consumer protection side how this is already providing a lot of concern in the ways that AI can be used to turbocharge fraud and scams, in that these tools can really allow fraudsters to disseminate fraud and scams much more cheaply, much more quickly, and on a much wider scale. We've all already heard about the way that voice cloning can be used to scam people out of thousands of dollars. And so this is an area that we're keeping a very close eye on. More generally on the competition side, we want to be mindful of the ways in which these moments of technological innovation can provide enormous opportunity for competition, for new entry. These can also be moments where incumbents are threatened, and so you need to be very vigilant about unlawful efforts to maintain your monopoly and thwart new entrants and innovation. So those are just some of the dynamics that we're looking at quite closely overall.
When you look ahead to the next year, we're going into 2024, there's a presidential election, things could change. So when you think ahead to potentially, the last year of the Biden administration, or maybe not, but either way, what are your top priorities for 2024?
So look, we have a very full agenda underway. We have a whole set of rules, both on the antitrust side, but also on the consumer protection side that we want to see through. We're hoping to be able to finalize our merger guidelines and then continue the lawsuits we already have underway and be able to move forward with ones that are currently being investigated in-house.
So I want to make sure to leave time for questions, but one criticism that people have of your approach to the chair position at the FTC is that you've been taking some of these big swings, like we've talked about Amazon, and even reports are out there that some hedge funds are betting against you, that you'll be able to be successful in some of these big swings because maybe they're unrealistic. What do you say to people who doubt your approach on this front?
So look, we've been enormously successful. On the merger front, we've had around 20 abandonments where parties have walked away after the FTC has filed a lawsuit. More generally, the way I think about efficacy is deterrence. And we hear a lot from people about how we're having a deterrent effect, right? And in a situation in which you're seeing fewer illegal deals make it out of the boardroom is really proof of concept in terms of how you want to be an effective enforcer. So on the deterrence front, we're quite pleased. We have some litigations that are still underway, and we're excited to see those through.
So I want to open it up to questions from the audience. Leah, would you like to ask a question?
Hi, Leah and I
All right, everybody, you have been listening to the Bureau Chief, Washington News, Bloomberg News, I should say, Washington Bureau Chief, Peggy Collins there at our D.C. Bureau, of course, talking to the chair of the FTC, Lina Khan, sitting down with Peggy and talking about what is a big, big story today, and that is the FTC suing Amazon in a long-anticipated antitrust case. A few headlines, Tim, out of that interview.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Lina Khan just now saying that Amazon exploited its monopoly power with impunity, also calling Amazon fees a tax, among other headlines. You can follow along that interview for more in the Q&A session with our own Peggy Collins down in Washington, D.C. at Live Go on the Bloomberg terminal.
All right.
Bloomberg Business Week is brought to you by Glenmead. Glenmead offers sophisticated wealth and investment management solutions combined with the personalized service you deserve. Your wealth, your mission, your investments. Let's talk. Visit glenmead.com to learn more.
All right, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Master along with Tim Stanovic, as you know. And we did want to get to one of our most read stories on the Bloomberg today. And it has to do with, yes, there's the Amazon story, the FTC suit against it. But there's another one involving the biggest U.S. bank. We're talking about JP Chase reaching settlements with former executive Jess Staley and the U.S. Virgin Islands over ties to Jeffrey Epstein as it seeks to end its legal woes over its banking relationship to the deceased pedophile. So this is a case, Tim, that has been going on and on now for a few years, as we know, and increasingly investigators or lawsuits trying to really understand what JP Chase knew, as Jess Staley was a very senior executive, and at one point among those considered an heir apparent potentially for Jamie Dimon.
Yeah, the big question I have, and looking forward to speaking about this with our own Bloomberg Intelligence senior financial litigation analyst, Elliot Stein, who's going to be joining us in just a few minutes. Is this the end of JP Chase and its legal woes with regard to Jeffrey Epstein and Jess Staley? And also, what does it mean, Carol, for other financial services firms that have been tied to Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was a decent, if you will, legal overhang, certainly, on JP Morgan, to the point where you had very senior people at the firm, including Jamie Dimon, being deposed. And if you are CEO of JP Morgan, this is not something you probably wanted to go through. So let's get into it, because Elliot Stein is in the house. He's Bloomberg Intelligence senior financial litigation analyst, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Elliot, thank you so much. Listening to you this morning, kind of breaking this down. What do we know about this settlement?
Well, this was sort of like the last piece that was hanging out there for JP Morgan, because they settled with the class of victims, of Epstein victims.
The Jane Doe case.
Exactly. Back in, I believe it was May or June, for $290 million. And that came on the heels of Deutsche Bank also settling with the class of victims for about $75 million. So this lawsuit by the U.S. Virgin Islands against JP Morgan was sort of like the last litigation overhang related to Epstein. And as part of that, JP Morgan had brought in Jess Staley to try to get money from him if JP Morgan was going to pay anything out. So this was headed towards trial in October. And just given the facts of the case, it's not a surprise to me that it's settled, and that's what we learned this morning.
What do you make of the $75 million figure?
That it's a pretty good outcome for JP Morgan, I think.
I mean, $75 million sounds like a lot of money, but
not for JP Morgan.
When you're JP Morgan and you've also settled already in the hundreds of millions of dollars in other cases, then it's kind of a rounding error.
I totally agree. And on top of that, the U.S. Virgin Islands had said that they were seeking more than $190 million. So this is a fraction of what the U.S. Virgin Islands was even seeking. And JP Morgan can spin this as them doing something good for the community, because the money that they're paying is going to like charities for victims of sexual abuse and sex trafficking. It's going to bolster law enforcement efforts in the Virgin Islands. So it's sort of a no-brainer if you're JP Morgan.
Help me out here from an outsider's perspective. When anyone pays up, though, big, I mean, okay, drop in the bucket for JP Morgan. But nonetheless, it's a decent amount of money. It's easy to assume, though, when you're paying up some kind of guilt as an outsider. But what I'm wondering is, in the settling, the agreement does not involve, JP Morgan says does not involve admissions of liability. Help me out here from a legal perspective. When a deal is done involving big sums of money, why are they usually done? Is it just to make it go away and get rid of the legal overhang? Or is it usually like there may have been something going on?
Well,
How do you, like, how,
yeah,
do you,
I mean,
how should we read that?
That language is common in every settlement, because if you are an entity that is settling and you admit to liability, you are then opening up a whole nother can of worms and potential litigation by other parties.
Easy
right?
out, no?
It's an easy out
To
to what?
them, to be able to
Yeah,
say, like, I'm going to pay a lot of money, but we didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, but a settlement is one of those it's one of those things where no one wins, right? You want a settlement where no one really comes out, happy, or sort of the flip side of that. Here, maybe both sides got a little, something that is good for them, right? I mean, like I said, J.P. Morgan, relatively low amount. They don't admit liability. They, they can spin it as helping out the U.S. Virgin Islands, charities, and law enforcement.
Is this really it? You said it's the last legal overhang. I mean, is this the end of hearing the name J.P. Morgan and the name Epstein in the same sentence?
I think it
Diamond
is.
being deposed anymore.
Right. Well, right. I mean, it ends the litigation, so those depositions are, not going to happen anymore. All the facts the facts were like dripping out of this litigation for months.
Mm-hmm.
And so it actually surprised me that it took this long for J.P. Morgan to settle, but here we are. I think it's it. Like, in terms of all the litigation that's out there related to Epstein, this is it, and I can't envision other parties coming in to sue J.P. Morgan or Deutsche Bank, which also, exited the litigation months ago.
John Tucker, are you popping on this one?
Well, I got a question for you. If they settle and the money goes to charity, can you deduct that? That's a stupid question, I know.
It depends on the terms of the settlement. Oftentimes in these settlements, you'll see language saying that the party that's paying can't deduct it. And usually the way settlements work is that when you're paying the penalty to the government, that's not deductible. But this is sort of a unique situation because it's the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's not really an enforcement action against J.P. Morgan. It's more a lawsuit on behalf of U.S. Virgin Islands citizens who were victims of the Epstein trafficking.
That's the part I didn't understand. What's the Virgin Islands' role in all this? Because this is where the alleged crimes occurred.
Right, exactly. And so they were suing on behalf of their residents who were Epstein victims.
Because he had property there. And
Right.
Just Staley, I know, parked his boat there.
Yes.
I like how Elliot thought he was coming in here and talking about the Bloomberg intelligence angle on this story, and he's answering legal and accounting questions for us as well.
Not a tax lawyer.
Hey, no
Never was,
pressure,
never
no
will
pressure,
be.
no
All right,
pressure.
I'm gonna throw it back into your lane a little bit, Elliot. Give us an idea of what the shareholder reaction in the morning. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to say what it is now. It's sort of irrelevant to today's trade. But I'm wondering what the shareholder risk with all this was and what it means moving forward for shareholders.
Yeah, I mean, for J.P. Morgan, these amounts were rounding error, like you said earlier. So I never really expected too much movement based on these settlements.
What about reputational risk?
That was the overhang, that you just had this constant stream of evidence coming out, which looked bad for the bank. So there was some reputational risk for sure, and that's still going to linger in a way, right? You don't remove that with the settlement, sort of to the point you were making before, Carol, right? That like you settle something, it does, it suggests maybe that there was something there, even though it's obviously not admitted by the bank.
Forgive me, and it was Just Staley's boat. I think the picture was actually, he was docked in Antigua. But there's a lot of back and forth, and you talked about all the information coming out. There were a lot of emails that came out between Just Staley and Epstein, and so increasingly, the question was, how much did the senior executives at J.P. Morgan ultimately know about this? And how could they not have known more was going on?
And that was an issue for J.P. Morgan, and that's one of the reasons why they probably settled, because we saw sort of, the tip of the iceberg in terms of evidence. Who knows what else was out there?
I think about Madoff. I think about this. I think about, increasingly, are we seeing financial firms where they have to be responsible for their clientele or have a better understanding of who they're doing banking with?
Well, that's why you have, know your customer laws and, anti-money laundering obligations, right? They have to report suspicious activity. And there were, this case had a lot of red flags. I think they did report some things appropriately, but, the allegations are that they missed other things and they should have reported more.
Go ahead, Carol.
All I can imagine is if there was a streaming, movie being created or series.
I'm sure there is.
And there was somebody playing Jamie Dimon. You could just see Jamie take care of it, make it go away, because I can only imagine.
I'm surprised it went on as long as it did, that he was willing to be deposed over this.
Yeah, pretty wild. Listen, thanks so much for swinging by.
My
really
pleasure.
appreciate
Thanks for having me.
Elliot Stein. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Financial Litigation Analyst, is joining us here in our studio. I'm waking up. Apparently, I
You
need more
okay? You want me to get you coffee or something?
You know, the dogs.
Nicer
Is
than
she
anything
always
I,
like
it's,
this?
it's nicer
Can I
than
tell you-
anything I ever did for her.
Thank you. Can I tell you something? I went to bed really early, and then the dogs came up and woke me up at 4 in the
What do
morning.
you mean how many dogs?
2. I have 2 dogs. 2 in the morning, and I could not get back to sleep. And so I finally rolled out of bed before 5, and I'm like, I'm done.
Let me get the violin out.
All right. I'm tossing it over to Nancy Lyons. She's going to check on world and national news. She's going to save me. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Carol. Senator Cory Booker is calling for the resignation of fellow New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez following his bribery indictment. Booker says in a statement today, quote, "The details of the allegations against Senator Menendez are of such a nature that the faith and trust of New Jerseyans, as well as those he must work with in order to be effective, have been shaken to the core." Yesterday, Menendez urged people to wait until the facts come out before passing judgment. President Biden's son Hunter is stepping up his legal fight now that he's facing new federal firearms charges. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager with more.
Hunter Biden has filed a federal lawsuit in Los Angeles against Rudy Giuliani and attorney Robert Costello. He accuses them of, quote, total annihilation of his digital privacy by hacking and manipulating data from the laptop he purportedly left at a Delaware repair shop. This case comes as Hunter Biden faces federal gun charges and awaits possible tax charges after an earlier plea deal fell apart. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Attorney General Merrick Garland says the Department of Justice is committed to ending the fentanyl epidemic. He spoke today at a summit of victims' families.
So far in 2023, the DEA has seized over 55 million fentanyl pills and over 9,000 pounds of fentanyl powder.
Garland says prosecutors going after cartels in Mexico that are fueling the epidemic, as well as suppliers of the chemicals that are needed to produce the tainted pills. Travis Kelce's football jersey sales are exploding thanks to Taylor Swift. In less than 24 hours after the pop star was seen at the Kansas City Chiefs game against the Chicago Bears, Kelce was listed as one of the top 5 selling NFL jerseys and saw a 400% increase in sales. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Lots of red on the screen today. S&P 500 back to where it was in early June. All 11 major industry groups in the index lower right now. And technology stocks, they're among the biggest drags. Shares of Amazon, they were down about 4%. Not a big surprise, but the feds have launched that antitrust case against Amazon. If you need to latch onto some of the themes, growing concern over the economy, U.S. Consumer Confidence Index down, sliding to a 4-month low in the month of September. S&P 500 right now, 67 points lower. That's down 1.6%. We're at 4270 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 392 points. That's a decline of 1.2%. The NASDAQ 100, 248 points lower, down 1.7%. And look at the VIX, Wall Street's fear gauge. The VIX right now is up to 19.44. We check the markets for you all day long.
What did you do to the VIX? What did you do to the VIX?
There's more fear out there. Remember, it was like 12 just like a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
So more fear, Tim.
All right. Well,
that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. So Carol's got to interrupt while I'm doing my flashes.
Because you're here. What can I do? All right, everybody. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, TikTok, everybody. Just under 18 minutes left in today's trading session. We've got stocks near their lows of the session. And this, as we really have seen a bit of a market reset when it comes to yield expectations. We were just breaking down the markets with John Tucker. 10-year note, 454, and you've got that 2-year note with a yield of 5.12.
I'm really interested to hear what our next guest has to think. Very pleased to have with us Nancy Tangler, Chief Investment Officer at Laffer Tangler Investments. She's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Also, her new book, The Women's Guide to Successful Investing, is out now. Nancy, good to have you with us. How are you?
I'm good, Tim. Thanks so much for having me.
Well, I want to start with just the markets today. I mean, you picked quite a day to come join us.
Yeah.
You heard it just now.
Another quite a day, right?
Yeah, John Tucker, who said that, you take a time machine all the way back to June to see what, the S&P 500 looking like this. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think there's a lot of things going on, but effectively, there have been a lot of triggers. Let me put it that way. So we had the Fed. Now we've got the potential shutdown. Then we've had, we've got earnings upcoming, and we've got uncertainty around how high rates are going to stay for how long. But I actually don't think much of that matters in the long term. There's also window dressing going on end of quarter, and then you're going to get the mutual funds shoring up their portfolios in October. I think what really matters, what's going to matter and will continue to matter, is earnings. And I'm actually a little more optimistic than the street. I've been doing this for 40 years, I'm sorry to report. And, interest rates have been at this level much of my career. And so real rates, if you go back to the 90s, sort of vacillated between 2% and 4.5%, and they're at 2% now on the 10-year. So I don't find any of this super distressing. I'm not nearly as worried about interest rates as it relates to technology as I am about a stronger dollar. I think that's going to be a challenge to earnings in the coming quarter. But mostly, I view this as an opportunity to step in and pick off some names. Just like last October, we were adding to technology names pretty robustly. We were trimming those names in May, June, July, and adding to industrials. I'll be doing the flip if possible in the coming weeks.
So buying into technology?
Mm-hmm. Continue to, yep.
Interesting. Which technology?
So we really like the established tech names. I don't want to say old economy. Some of them are old economy, Carol, but in general, the names that are actually monetizing AI and cloud computing. So take a name like in the old economy space, Oracle. They reported The street thought it was disappointing. I didn't think it was that disappointing. They doubled their cloud computing, AI cloud computing business. That they generate, 70 or 80% of their revenue. 70% is renewable. So this is a company, the margins are improving, even with Cerner, which was the negative. Margins are improving. So we've been adding to that name. But I'd love another chance at Microsoft at $211 a share. Where it was last fall.
Okay, what else? Microsoft, Oracle, what else are you adding?
Broadcom.
So, can I ask you, NVIDIA, not of interest?
It is
Or
of
it just so
interest.
expensive right now?
It was cheap enough on our valuation work for about 20 minutes, and we missed it. So we're watching it. We have it loaded. We've done all the fundamental work, which is not terribly exciting. I mean, it's a great company.
Did we have a headline on OpenAI in terms of the valuation?
Yeah, $90 billion, Carol.
Yeah.
This is based on a share sale.
This is
for
coming from the Wall Street
OpenAI.
Journal.
Sounds like a pretty hefty valuation.
Yeah,
for a
it does.
private company.
It does.
Where do you stand on the AI revolution?
I actually think that it's going to improve productivity. I think there's going to be new startups we don't know anything about. But what you're seeing is all the major players, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, they're all investing in sort of the leading edge innovators. And Microsoft for sure has figured out a way to monetize. We like the names that are already making money off it. So a name like Broadcom, they think about 25% of their revenues are going to come from AI, cloud, enterprise chips. That's our largest holding actually across all of our strategies.
Okay, so you say you see this as a buying opportunity. Do you think there's further to go when it comes to declines on the S&P?
Yeah.
How much further?
I mean, if I don't really do market forecasts.
You've been doing this for 40 years. Come on, Nancy.
I wouldn't be surprised if we had another 5 to 7% down.
Okay.
It could be more, but we end the year higher from these levels and from whatever level we bottom out at. Okay. And that I can say with, I think, somewhat certainty.
Help me out, though, with the Treasury trade. We had another 2-year auction, yield stopping at 5.085%, highest auction yield in more than 17 years. I feel like we keep having these superlatives when it comes to the Treasury trade. But as you say, it was the negative rate cycle that was the anomaly.
Yes.
So why is it that it feels so bad?
I think, look, at the average person in this business has not been doing it for 40 years. They've been doing it for 15, 20, where we were in a perennial bull market for bonds. And so I think there's this consternation of, I've never seen this before. I mean, my first mortgage was 12.5%. And we
might be getting close to the.
We made it. We were able to make the payments. You make adjustments. But I think, but interest rates were also at 18%.
Yeah.
So I think the Fed and, the federal government has really distorted the short end, the Treasury. And so, I'm taking advantage of it. We were out of bonds in August of 2020 when the 10-year yield hit 50 basis points. We moved our clients back into short ladders a year ago. Yeah. And we continue to renew those
short ladders meaning money markets or what?
No. We buy treasuries or corporates depending on their personal preference, and we build short ladders that some have maturities of 3 years, but many just have a maturity under a year. And we just keep rolling them.
So I'm just thinking about the book that you've got out, The Women's Guide to Successful Investing. So what would you, women, men, we're really different, John Tucker.
Well, easy where you going with this.
Well, I want to know, Nancy, and I know we've talked to you a little bit about your book, which is out. Like, what is the differences that we need to be thinking about, and why a book specifically for women?
Yeah, so I retired from the business for about 5 years, and I went and got a master's in creative writing. Don't ask. But I spent a lot of time meeting women at my kids' sporting events.
If you wrote some romance novels, it's really okay, Nancy. We still like you.
I'd love to. And I met these really smart women, and they'd say to me, well, what did you do? And I said, well, I was, chief investment officer. And they'd recoil physically. They were not involved with the decision making in their households. They didn't know the passwords. They didn't care. And then I started to do the research, and I was like, this is the book. I'd written a memoir, so funny. Yeah. It wasn't a romance novel. But I decided to write this book because women, average age of first divorce in the U.S. is 30. Average age of a widow is 59. That's exactly how old I was when my husband passed away. There is no safety net for women. There isn't any health care if they're not working, and if they don't know what's going on in the portfolios, it's a bad time to learn. And so I really wanted to encourage women. Turns out, research shows, live research of real portfolios, that women perform better than their male counterparts. In every study that's been done, they perform particularly well against single men because they don't have that sort of drive for beat the index. And we control $95 trillion of wealth globally and are
You
adding
hear
$5
that,
trillion.
dudes? You hear that, dudes?
I hear it.
All right,
suck,
we have
don't
to
they?
run. I know we'll talk more about this in the future. Nancy, thank you so much. Nancy Tangler, Chief Investment Officer at Laffer Tangler Investments.
Your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg newsroom. The U.S. Federal Trade Commission suing Amazon. This is a long-anticipated antitrust case. E-commerce giant being accused of monopolizing online marketplace services by degrading quality for shoppers and overcharging the sellers. It's also accused of illegally forcing sellers on its platform to use its logistics and delivery services. J.P. Morgan Chase reaching settlements with former executives Jess Staley and the U.S. Virgin Islands over ties to Jeffrey Epstein as it seeks to end its legal problems over its banking relationship to the deceased pedophile. The biggest U.S. bank tentatively agreeing to pay $75 million. And Bose Weinstein made his name trading in esoteric corners of the credit markets. The 50-year-old head of Saba Capital Management now attempting to buy his way to the top, bidding for Sculptor Capital Management, a publicly traded money manager he aims to fold into his $4 billion firm. And finally, Target closing 9 stores in 4 states. They're trying to stem losses from rising retail theft, what they call in industry shrinkage. Reminds me of George Costanza. One Manhattan location will be shuttered, along with 2 that are in Seattle, Washington, 3 in Northern California, and 3 in Portland, Oregon. And those are just some of the company stories we're following this hour I'm John Tucker, and you are listening to Bloomberg Radio. This on a day when the S&P 500 is 62 points lower.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 4.5 minutes left in today's trading session, getting ready to wrap up the Tuesday trade. Carol Massar, Tim Stenivek, and John Tucker here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. They got to work on the retail industry when it comes to terminology. I know the Target story we've been talking about all day.
I also...
how do you, I don't know, come on, people.
Yeah.
Well, the inventory is shrinking.
Bring in EY, bring in the consulting firms.
You know what, though,
Come up
Carol?
with a better term. You can do it.
Were you here, Carol, the day where we were talking about this being this all-encompassing term that actually includes also losses due to damage? It includes employee theft as well. It includes, returns. Maybe it doesn't include returns, but it's an all-encompassing term. And, some observers say maybe they're kind of overestimating how much shrinkage is happening right now.
He's going to get serious on this. Should we just kick him out of the studio?
Yeah, that's fine.
I feel like this is going to be a headline for Fox News for the next year.
Shrinkage.
Oh, I wonder what other companies,
the theft.
I wonder what other
what
other retailers are going to do.
It is kind of amazing. It is a real thing. We did the story about the Business Week cover story about Dollar General and how they were actually piling up merchandise in front of fire exits because people were stealing stuff and sneaking out.
You can't put everything behind a plastic case that has to be unlocked by...
I thought you were going to say you can't put everything
Now,
behind.
at my
lump it
Dollar
into the
General,
category of shrinkage.
There's one guy for the whole story, the cashier. Nobody else. I mean, it's just if you want to steal from that store, that's the place to go.
How do they do it?
I have no idea.
I needed to go to the bathroom the other day in a CVS, and there was only one guy at the checkout. He said, "Excuse me," to all the customers, and because he had to walk me to the bathroom and open it up with a key, I'm like,
that's literally from our Dollar General cover story.
But this was like a...
And all of Carol's friends were waiting to steal the stuff when she...
But that was one of the anecdotes in our Dollar General Bloomberg Business Week cover story, that an employee asked a customer to watch the store. Well, the employee went to the bathroom because the employee was the only person at Dollar General who was paid to work there.
Which is why we need AI, John, because we all need to be replaced.
You've seen those robots, Carol.
I know I need to be replaced.
No, we need workers. We need workers. All right, everybody. Listen, we just got a few minutes left in the trading session. We've got stocks just rounding off its lows of the session, the major equity averages, but nonetheless down more than 1% on each of them. Definitely a little bit of a reset, but I love what Nancy Tengler had to say in terms of the rate environment. Folks, we're getting back to normal. All right, don't go anywhere because we're heading over to our TV colleagues. We are counting you down to the close. Beyond the Bell. It starts right now.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic alongside Katie Greifeld. We're counting you down to the closing bell. You're here to help take us beyond the bell. It's a global simulcast with our friends Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek. Welcome to our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms on another down day for the markets, shaping up to be one of the broadest based sell-offs we've had in a while. 90% of the S&P lower. And when we had that shot, guys, coming into you here, they showed the outside of that radio studio, and the headline at the top of that studio said, "Bears in charge."
Yeah.
And not the Chicago Bears.
I love that you watch it. No, not the Chicago Bears. It's interesting, right? What 3-month lows on the major equity averages, the S&P, Dow, and the NASDAQ. And I think it's pretty significant, right? We haven't seen this. And again, we keep talking about kind of this rate reset environment. Nancy Tengler was just on with us. She says, hey, folks, in terms of yields and the rate environment, we're just kind of getting back to normal. And we have to put some perspective on this. When we had negative rates, that was the anomaly.
Yeah, she said she's been in this industry for 40 years and spent most of her career, and rates were, where they are right now, Katie. But at the same time, she's continuing to buy into technology right now. She said companies like Oracle and Broadcom are appealing to her right now, and she could even see another 5 to 7% decline on the S&P 500 before the end of the year.
Related angle, right?
Exactly. She called them like the old school tech players.
Well, on the topic of what's normal in a normal rate environment, I trotted this stat out to Romaine yesterday. If you go back 230 years of history, 4.5% on the 10-year Treasury yield, that's the average. So there you go.
Yeah,
200 years?
That's interesting because Katie keeps bringing this up, and what's great about it is I don't think there's any way for us to actually check this because anyone's data goes back 200 and
She has
something.
moved on from Taylor.
Yeah, something years here. All right, guys, we got a lot to talk about here. I want to start off with the Dow Jones Industrial Average. It is down about 389 points, around 33,600 points, down about 1% here on the day, but more importantly, a close back below its 200-day moving average, the first time that's happened for the Dow Jones Industrial Average since May. The S&P 500 lower by about 64 points, or about 1.5%. It is getting closer to that 200-day moving average, but we should point out it is now on the precipice of being in oversold territory when it comes to the RSI. The NASDAQ Composite down more than 200 points, or 1.6%, and the Russell 2000 going to finish lower on the day by about 23 points, or 1.3%.
All right, digging a little bit deeper into the big cap names, the S&P 500. We've got the S&P 500, as you said, Romaine, broad-based in terms of selling. So 455 names to the downside, Katie, 46 to the upside, 2 unchanged. So really a risk-off day.
And unless my eyes deceive me, you take a look at the industry groups, every single one is down. We're talking about 24 industry groups. Hopefully we'll show them soon. Every single industry in the red there. Telecom was, your relative best bet, but still down 0.2%. Then you go down the list. Some of the biggest losers there is tech, hardware and equipment, utilities, which is interesting. Usually that's a defensive sort of sector, but on a day like today, everything's red. And then finally, you have retail leading losses down about 3%.
All right, let's get to some of the individual gainers. I did find a few. Fisker among them. It was up almost 22% at its highs today, finishing the day with about a 9.6% gain. What was going on? The company's saying it has built 5,000 Fisker Ocean SUVs and expects to ramp up deliveries of the Ocean to 300 vehicles per day later on this year. Analysts over at Bank of America reinstating coverage on this company with a buy rating and $8 price target. Stock closing at $5.82 a share. Thank God for the biotech sector today, because that's where a lot of my gainers were. Immunovent, this stock up almost pretty much doubling on the day, up 97%. It's a biotech, about a $5.2 billion market cap. This after the company announced top-line results from an early-stage trial of its drug for autoimmune diseases, which analysts call a best-case scenario. And then the majority shareholder in this name, Ryovent Sciences, also rallying in today's trade. So we'll flip on over to that one. That was up just about 21% in today's trade, and that's about a $9.8 billion biotech company. One more for you. Intercept Pharmaceuticals up almost 80% in today's session after Alpha Sigma said it has entered into a pact to buy the biotech company for $19 per share in PAC, and the stock just closing just below that $19 mark.
All right, well, I had a much easier job today finding the decliners. So we got shares of the mega caps really dragging down the benchmarks today. Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, Tesla, all dragging the NASDAQ S&P 500 lower today. I do want to check in on shares of Amazon, finishing the day down more than 4%. The FTC suing Amazon today, this in a long-awaited antitrust case accusing Amazon of monopolizing the online marketplace service by degrading quality for shoppers and overcharging sellers. Just in the last hour, we heard from FTC Chair Lena Khan telling her own Peggy Collins that Amazon exploited its monopoly power with impunity. She also called Amazon fees a tax and said she'd work to ensure Amazon case moves expeditiously. Moving on to Target, also breaking within the last hour. Shares finishing the day down by 2.5%. Shares spiked lower after the company said it would close 9 stores in 4 different states to stem losses from rising retail theft. 1 location here in Manhattan will be closed, 2 in Seattle, 3 in Northern California, and 3 also in Portland, Oregon. And then also United Natural Foods finishing the day down more than 28%. That's the lowest since May of 2020. This after the company gave a profit outlook for the fiscal year that missed the consensus estimate. The company said it saw adjusted EBITDA of $450 to $550 million. Estimates were for $617.2 million.
And I'll just add one more to that list there. Instacart, the company formerly known as Maple Bear, down about 1.7%, a close at $29.89. Significant, of course, because they went public at $30 a share. So we're breaking price here on Instacart. Some of the big new issues that were supposed to help lift this market, some of the pressure that we've been seeing in the Treasury space and in the FX space, a big part of the reason why you see the downdraft in equities. At least here on the day, we did see the curve shift higher pretty much across the board. Once again, most of the activity, most of the selling, I should say, on the longer end of the curve with your 20 and 30-year yields up by about 4 basis points here on the day. Modest gains in terms on yields on the rest of the curve, up about 1.5 basis points on your 10-year yield. And guys, we've been remiss in not pointing out here kind of how the day started. We kind of forget we had those consumer confidence numbers, which I think really rattled a lot of people. And then you add home price numbers, of course, hitting record highs, which adding again to some of the concerns about inflation.
But what's interesting is that it's not spurring a haven bid for treasuries like you might expect to see when you see consumer confidence come in at those levels. What the haven is in this environment, the dollar, maybe gold, but it surely is not bonds right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's funny that you mentioned the dollar. Nancy Tangler also saying that's going to be problematic, that stronger dollar potentially for a lot of companies. She's watching earnings very carefully, although she expects, I think, some upbeat surprises. Having said that, I'm thinking about what Jamie Dimon said about maybe this 7%, right, in terms of rates. Like, I think I feel like people are ratcheting up their expectations as to how high this could go.
Yeah, I mean, and in fairness, I mean, he did say that was the worst case scenario, but when I hear people throw out numbers like that, like 7%, and I'm just thinking, where is that coming? Like, how do we get to 7%?
Don't you think he chooses his words really carefully, right? Rather than 6% or 8% or 5%.
I guess we get to 7% if the economy continues to prove resilient and we don't see, a pullback in inflation, and the Fed continues to say that it has more work to do. But I think it's fair to say we're still far away from 7% at this point.
The thing about his comment that I think really jumped out at me, it wasn't just the 7%, but the idea of just how much pain gets caused at the latter stage here, right? The idea that the first couple percentage points, everybody was kind of shrugged that off here. You go from 3 to 5%, people get a little bit worried, but the trajectory from 5 to 7% is going to have just some huge ramifications should that play out.
Yeah, I believe he quoted Warren Buffett in that one and saying, when the tide goes out, we see who's swimming naked, and that's that's not a place we want to get to.
Yeah, we've all been there. I mean, the refreshing, cool water washing over your body.
But it's kind of the flip side what Jamie Dimon was saying to the fight against inflation, that getting from 9% to 4 to 5% is a lot easier than getting from 4% all the way back to 2%. It's kind of the same coin, different sides. And I don't know, 7%, I think a big key there is that if we see inflation accelerate, that would be one of the necessary components for when we should talk about 7% Fed funds.
And before we even get there, right? I mean, everyone was also talking about this idea of the government shutdown, which could happen this weekend. Of course, the fiscal, another fiscal cliff. I don't know what kind of cliffs are going on in Washington. But as I was pointing out to Katie, did you like my waddle joke a little bit earlier? The quack waddle.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Yeah, but the Gray Swan event, basically. I mean, in all seriousness, we were speaking with Libby Cantrell over at PIMCO, and she made a good point. She's like, if there is a shutdown, the real fear right now is that she doesn't actually see a catalyst for a reopening. She's basically saying that the conditions that would lead to that would basically mean that it would be almost impossible to create some sort of compromise to reopen the government anytime soon.
At least the government won't be spending if it's shut down.
Read Josh Green's piece that the party that calls for the shutdown, man, there's usually political repercussions. It kicks back at them. It doesn't work if they think.
We're in different times, Carol.
Are we?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they care. There's a certain faction that just doesn't care.
Which is crazy because
they're playing a different game.
Vocal faction.
You know what's crazy? We talk so much about the shutdown, right? And just the political, deficiencies, if you will, in Washington, rather than talking about the substance of what they're trying to do.
Is there substance, deficiency? That's a diplomatic way of saying
10 government shutdowns
don't
since
you want to
1980.
know, as a taxpayer, kind of actually what they're doing in terms of a budget, where they're
As a
spending
taxpayer,
money?
you know what I would like is Congress to do their constitutional duty, which is pass a budget on time, something that they haven't done in decades. How about that?
And keep dreaming.
All
right. Everybody watch for Costco. Their earnings are going to cross the deficiency. This Bloomberg opinion piece brought to you by Romaine Boston.
Yeah, fine. You can quote me on
No, I know. You won't get a lot of people debating.
Yeah, wait till the
in a
mics
different
go
way.
off, Carol. I'm
All
going to
right.
give you an earful. I know where you sit.
That's a wrap. We'll defend you. That's a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage, radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. We will see you again tomorrow. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky in town last week, speaking before the UN General Assembly, making his case for pressing on with the war effort. You had President Biden coming out, calling on world leaders to stand by Ukraine in its struggle to eject Russian troops, even as Kyiv's allies said that they now expect the war to last for for years to come. I was watching coverage and people are saying, okay, we're getting ready for year number 3.
Yeah, it's unbelievable to think that we're there, especially given what we thought when Russia first invaded Ukraine almost 2 years ago, Carol. With more on the war and other global risks, it's really great to have back with us in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, Ed Price, principal for geopolitical forecasting at Ergo, a global intelligence consulting and forecasting firm. Ed, also a former British trade official representing His Majesty's government to Wall Street and the U.S. official sector from 2017 to 2021. He's advised a number of European and British parliaments, Carol, and worked also in the city of London.
He just knows a lot and has seen a lot.
Also traveled a lot.
And he's just back from Ukraine. Good to have you back.
Thank you very much, Carol. How are you?
Doing okay. Trying to keep up with it all and try to make sense of it all. You are just back from Ukraine. How did you make sense of what you saw?
Well, I think the word evil crept into my mind a lot. So there was a sort of theological reaction at the end of the day. I suppose I otherwise tried to make sense of it by putting it into the economics bucket and the military bucket. The economics bucket is, of course, that the Ukrainians are really trying to make their economy work. They're trying to just go to the shops, drink coffees, and go out as much as they can, which is to be welcomed. And of course, on the other hand, the somewhat disappointing counter-offensive. I went just before the offensive itself, and I think that's probably one thing that we're probably going to have to talk about today.
Well, go ahead, Carol.
Well, one thing I wanted to say, and I was talking to our team about this, there was 60 Minutes at a piece, and it was talking about the American aid, the U.S. aid, and one component I wasn't aware of was how much was going into the country to support small businesses, and the whole idea of you've got to have some economy to come back to after this is resolved. Otherwise, you have a taxpayer base, then people are, kicking money into the economy. Otherwise, you have everybody leave. So I thought that was an interesting part of the aid that I wasn't aware of. I was aware of all the military, but it's an important part.
It's hugely important, and let's not also forget that the Ukrainians are still trying to transition out of a Soviet economic model. They have a structural deficit, essentially, that's a social welfare model. They can't really get rid of it. By their own admission, that the older generation is somewhat corrupt. They look at governments askew. Because
Another thing I didn't know.
Yes, I mean, I didn't really understand that until I spent some time there. But it's a war on two fronts, right? It's the military war, as I say, and they're also trying to keep the democratic and market institutions not only alive, but developing as best they can. And so, of course, the aid that we're sending has to do both.
There are a great number of people in this country who don't want to send aid to the Ukrainian government. What would you say after being there and seeing with your own eyes what's going on the ground in Ukraine to those folks here in the U.S. who are telling their representatives, and some representatives are indeed very vocal about it, especially on the Republican side, that they do not want to send aid to Ukraine? What's your message to them?
My message, very respectfully, would be, where do you want to fight Putin? In Ukraine, Poland, Berlin, Paris?
Wow.
It's that simple, I think. And the small amount of money relative to our overall military budget that we have spent in Ukraine, it's about, say, 5%. That has degraded the Russian military capacity in a way that I didn't think I would see in my lifetime, honestly. They were previously, say, 5 days away from a serious attack on NATO. They must be 5 years away now, given the damage we've done to them. So, what do you want for 5% of your military budget? More trucks? More uniforms? I would suggest that killing bad guys for pennies on the dollar is probably a good ROI.
If we don't do it, if countries pull back their support, if the U.S. pulls back its support, then what, potentially?
I think that Putin and the Russians are trying to overhaul the Second World War's settlement. I think they're trying to undo a global order. I don't think that they want to live in a world of rules. And if Ukraine goes down, and all bets are off. I say that in part because if a new U.S. administration leaves NATO, then we've got a bit of a problem on our hands, because I don't think that the Germans are ready themselves to back Europe's independent deterrent yet. So what happens is carnage.
It's like terrifying.
It is terrifying. I'm wondering, should the U.S. be pushing for a ceasefire? Should our allies be pushing for a ceasefire here? Should that be what they're pushing for in terms of an end to this war?
I think what we should be pushing for is removing Russians from every last inch of Ukrainian territory. That's a maximalist position. There are people in my world who disagree with that and say it's too dangerous. But if we award aggression with any sort of negotiation or peace agreement, we're bucking the #1 lesson from world history.
But he's got nukes.
Well, he's got nukes, and so have we. And I think we talked about this before. Like, if we get to that stage, who has a greater faith in the Almighty? I think it's probably us. But before that stage, and if he is indeed bluffing, which I would suggest he is so far, we've crossed every single red line. This is a case of facing down military aggression the same way we should have done in the 1930s with Hitler.
So you have a lot to talk about at an event you have coming up on Thursday, and I want to get into that a little bit. The London Stock Exchange Group and the NYU Center for Global Affairs hosting a discussion of geopolitical risk with you, which you kindly invited us to, and if my show ended earlier, I could make it.
Right, don't worry, next time.
It's Ukraine with Love. Tell us about what you want to emphasize there.
Yeah, that's really kind. It's essentially the same message, right? I don't want to come in here and repeat myself, but I'm really trying to push as an analyst for the case that the aid that we're sending Ukraine must be in place, probably should increase. I think it's rather strange that we haven't offered them more in the way of air power while suggesting that they can conduct combined arms operations. And essentially they are fighting for our freedom as well. It's that simple, it's that emotive. So I'm trying to get some powerful, interesting people together, remind them of that, tell them a few stories from Ukraine, because the alternative is pretty grim.
Based on your analysis, Ed, what you've seen over the last 2 years, the world's response, how does this end?
How does the war end?
Yeah.
I think probably the central case right now is that Russia gets to keep a big old chunk of Ukraine. It's embedded itself. You've seen the defensive lines. And at that point, all bets are off as to what happens the decade after that, if they're rewarded. I'm afraid that's the central case right now. I don't think we've given them enough to push the...
Can that be prevented yet?
Well, I mean, look, this is all a function of how low do you want to go, right? Like, do you really want to push the Russians out with conventional power? And we're creeping towards that. I mean, you'll notice that there is a deep contradiction in American thinking, because on the one hand, we say, as I just said, he probably won't use them, don't worry, so keep on. On the other hand, of course, we haven't sent everything we could have, because in the back of your mind, you're thinking, well, maybe he might. But it's not going to end well unless there's more military intervention.
And this isn't a European thing. This is a global concern. Has to be.
I would say so, Carol.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm asking kind of the obvious, but I do feel like there are people like, that's Europe's problems.
Yes, and I think that's wildly dangerous because, Putin and Xi Jinping do not have the relationship that they claim. Putin is the junior partner. But just imagine if Putin made a feint at the Baltics or, at NATO in conjunction with increased Chinese harassment of Taiwan. Like these guys are smart. They can figure out a way to spread our resources more thinly. So for my money, I say the more work that we do in Ukraine to hold down this autocratic, aggressive power, the better.
Does that relationship between China and Russia worry you?
It worries me deeply, yes. I'm up at night thinking about that one.
We're running out of time, but I think about that a lot in terms of that relationship. And do you feel like what we got off of the UN last week, do you feel like there was the right support? And just got about 15 seconds.
Absolutely not. No, there needs to be more.
Yeah, it felt like people were getting tired of the situation, which was unfortunate. Good luck with your event Thursday at what time?
6 p.m. LSEG, London Stock Exchange Group. If you'd like to come, let me know.
Ed Price, thank you as always. This is Bloomberg.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. All the major averages ending lower today, down over 1%. Bears certainly in charge. Investors fretting over higher interest rates for longer and concerns maybe the economy is not as resilient as we thought. Now, the brunt of today's selling was in technology. Been a bruising stretch lately. So that has left the S&P 500 Information Technology Index down more than 10% from its July high. So that is a, if you follow the technical definition, a correction for tech stocks. Market mood souring as officials continue to signal rates might need to stay higher for longer than investors expected. S&P 500. See, there's your correction for you, Tim.
Where's Costco, buddy? Did you talk
Tell me
about Costco?
what about the correction? He was talking to me, Carol.
I was talking to you. Costco. No. Anyway, the Dow Jones Industrial Average
aftermarket
ended 388 points lower, down 1.1%. S&P 500 was down 64 points, a decline of 1.5%. The NASDAQ 100, 223 points lower, down 1.5%. And we check the markets for you all day long, despite all the interruptions, right here on Bloomberg Radio.
FYI, Tucker, Costco's down 1.25%.
See what I have to deal with,
Out
John?
with the earnings. Revenue was a beat. Fourth quarter EPS was a beat.
Oh, after the bell earnings. Okay, that's what you're
Comp
talking
sales,
about.
though. U.S. comp sales are a little bit late.
See, I don't have to do them because Carol, I have her to do that.
Now it's down 1.4%.
She's doing
She's
all
carrying the
heavy
team.
lifting.
You
She's
know,
carrying the team.
Sharing
As always.
is caring. I'm
As
sharing
always.
information because we love you.
There we go. Thank
All
you,
right.
Carol.
All right, we're going to switch gears. A lot going on in the auto world continues to be. President Biden on the picket line telling striking auto workers to stick with it. And then you had Ford being blasted by its largest labor union for halting construction on that $3.5 billion battery plant in Michigan amid scrutiny of its ties to a Chinese battery maker by Republican lawmakers. A lot going on.
Yeah, in today's edition of Bloomberg Plugged In, we're looking at the world of EVs. With us, we got a Bloomberg Intelligence senior autos analyst Kevin Tynan from Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Also very pleased to have back with us Diana Lee, co-founder and CEO at Constellation. She's with us in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Constellation, a marketing platform for the automotive industry. It helps car dealerships reach out to customers. Kevin, I want to start with you and just lay it all out there for us in terms of like historical context here and what it means to have a sitting president actually join a picket line today.
Yeah, very interesting. You know, it's been a little bit since Friday, since the expansion of the walkouts. It's been a little bit quiet, so I think there's real work going on. There's photo op, you know, today with the president being on the picket line, but you know, I think real work's getting done. You know, and I've said this all along. I think really for the manufacturers, it's about flexibility to rationalize capacity and headcount going forward, and for the union, it's about sharing in the profitability that the automakers have had over the past 10 years.
40% increase in pay. Kevin, president says yes. I'm not sure that many Americans can relate to it, that 40% increase in pay. So walk us through the changing balance sheets potentially for the big three U.S. automakers as we transition to that EV world. I mean, does that balance sheet change the cost, the gains?
Yeah, look, and I think if it's the labor component of cost of goods, it's a little bit easier to absorb, right? So if you look at even just transaction prices over the life of the last contract, you know, up significantly. So even if there's, you know, 8% a year over the next 4 years, which comes out to be that 36%, you know, prices have actually risen faster than that during the last contract. Now, a lot of the automakers, Ford specifically, are all truck in the U.S., so there's very little additional mix upside for companies like that. Electrification isn't quite there yet, so it's probably going to be something like software and in-vehicle content that helps offset some of those costs. But where it would really hurt and impact the balance sheet would be in, you know, a change in sort of the pension, the healthcare, you know, some of those long-term legacy costs, or being tied into a specific headcount and capacity level that just isn't sustainable as volume declines and continues to decline going forward.
Diana, we talked with you on Friday, so thank you for coming back. You work closely with the dealerships. Remind our audience what you are hearing from them and how you are thinking about this in regards to them.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of confusion that's going on, and I think the worries that if you are a GM, Ford, or Stellantis dealership right now, you're not sure where your parts are coming from, and you don't know where your vehicles are going to be coming from in the future. Electric vehicles is a really hot topic right now, especially because Tesla has stolen the electric market from the original traditional automakers.
Stolen or just smart and read the market and first mover advantage?
I mean, I think
no offense, many would argue that Tesla woke up the world and said, we can do this. Because I think the traditional automakers were putting out a much longer timeline. And Tesla came in and kind of woke everybody up.
Well, I think what happened differently was the fact that they actually went to court and they decided that they were going to actually go direct to consumer.
There it is. That's a big deal.
Yeah, it's a huge deal. All of America, 25 traditional automakers, all were set long time ago, and the law basically said that you could not sell direct-to-consumer sales.
But why not? You know, Kevin, come on in on this. Why can't cars be sold direct to consumers? I mean, they are now, or couldn't be.
Yeah.
Like, who was that protecting?
Well, there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, an automaker is going to book revenue on the sale to the dealership, right? So when you have companies like Lucid and Rivian, and starting to happen to Tesla, where you can't deliver to the consumer all your vehicles, you can't book that revenue. And that's where these price cuts are coming from, right? You're paying to build the vehicle, so all that cost is in your cost of goods, but you're not booking revenue until you sell it or deliver it to the consumer and they pay for it. Where everybody else with a franchise model is booking revenue. So your gross margin is consistent because your revenue is booked and offsetting your cost of goods on the sale to the dealership. The other thing is, look, if there's a 10% haircut in what the manufacturer takes in selling the vehicle to the dealership wholesale, there's no way ever that any automaker at scale is going to recreate the franchise model and deliver and support and service vehicles at a margin better than 10% ever. So the direct sales model isn't scalable. I mean, people talk about how great it is for Tesla, but it's not, right? And it's not scalable, and it's not sustainable, and it's not something that the legacy automakers can move to.
But one challenge there, Diana, and feel free to just jump in here. Is you know, if you're a car dealership, you're making so much of your money based on servicing internal combustion engine vehicles.
Absolutely.
Somebody brings in a car to get an oil change, you know,
Absolutely.
you're making money on that.
Yeah.
You know what doesn't need an oil change? An EV.
Right. But at the end of the day, not all automakers are going to make it, right? You've got all of the traditional automakers, including the big three, now actually coming out with electric vehicles. You have Tesla, you have Lucid, you have Rivian, you have Polestar, you have BYD, Chinese automakers coming in. Sony Honda is building a vehicle and releasing their car in 2026. Overall, not everybody's going to make it, and they're going after hard dollars for EV. Now, what has happened with Detroit Big Three? They will lose ground right now on EV, selling EV, leasing EV, at the end of the day if they don't resolve the UAW strike, right? And that's my fear, because when somebody leases a vehicle for 3 years, you're locked. For 3 years, you cannot make another brand decision after that. So I think in the next 5 years, the EVs that are going to make it are all going to be, we're going to know who they are. And they are going to be BMW. I believe that. I believe there's going to be the Germans, the Koreans. I think that Japanese brands like Toyota is going to actually also
What
make
about the
it.
big three U.S.?
That's what I'm fearing. Like,
What are you afraid of?
If the UAW strike doesn't get resolved, eventually we will not be able to produce these electric vehicles.
So, but there's resolution, and then there's like, what's the resolution that needs to happen?
That
not just be done.
We just have to negotiate where it's fair for everybody. But overall, I want the Detroit Three to make it.
Yeah.
These are the only automakers in the U.S. Well, we can't not have the U.S. market.
Apart from Tesla.
Yes.
So, Kevin, come back here. I mean, what is the right balance? Does it make sense that workers get more money? I mean, that's the backbone of these automakers, but at the same time, you don't want to increase those legacy costs so that, I don't know, 5 years from now, you're looking at an industry that, like we saw before the great financial crisis, right, that had some real serious problems.
Connection lost.
Yeah, well, look, people talk about Tesla dominating EV sales, which are still a very small percentage of sales in this country. They did it because they lose money on the vehicles for 10 years. And it's not an issue of if or when legacy automakers can make a decent EV. It's when are they profitable. And that's why you get slow moving or a slow play by the domestic manufacturers. They're printing money on full-size internal combustion pickups and SUVs, and then the market or the media or the government wants to move to an unprofitable alternative, and it's just not ready. And that makes it very messy, and that's where it is right now. So it's not a matter of, can GM figure out how to make an EV? They made an EV in the 1990s and saw what that cost looked like, that it was unsustainable. So what's going to happen with the additional costs in this labor contract is that the small cars, the unprofitable cars, the inexpensive cars are going to get lopped off the bottom of the portfolio, and prices are going to go higher for everybody.
All right, so glad we got to speak with both of you. Kevin Tynan, he is our senior autos analyst for our Bloomberg Intelligence team, and Diana Lee, thanks so much for coming back, co-founder and CEO at Constellation.
Let's go to Washington, D.C. now to our Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom for a check on the latest world and national news with Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. A New York judge hearing the civil case against Donald Trump and the Trump Organization says the former president over many years committed fraud with financial statements that exaggerated his wealth and the value of his assets. The judge says Trump deceived banks, insurers, as well as others. The case had been brought by New York Attorney General Letitia James. Today's ruling also applies to the Trump Organization and Trump's two sons, Eric and Don Jr. The decision comes just days before the start of a non-jury trial that will help decide any punishments. Well, it's believed to be a first. Today, President Biden joined striking UAW workers along a Detroit picket line. The union remains at odds over a variety of issues beyond pay increases, and one of them is the transition to electric vehicles. Democratic Congressman Dan Kildee is from Michigan and explains what workers fear.
It's not so much about whether the world will change and more vehicles will be electric. That's going to happen no matter who builds them. It's the question for us, for those workers, is to make sure they have their share of that future.
Kildee tells Bloomberg Sound On the union is worried the move to EV production will give automakers an excuse to move toward non-union shops. Amazon is facing an antitrust lawsuit filed by the FTC in 17 states. The complaint accuses the online retail giant of abusing its powers to promote its own products over third-party sellers that use Amazon's platform. FTC Chair Lina Khan tells Bloomberg what she's looking to accomplish with this lawsuit.
Ultimately, the complaint is seeking to restore the lost promise of competition. Greater competition will mean lower prices, better quality, better selection, and greater innovation. And that's ultimately what this case is about.
FTC Chair Lina Khan. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, on Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Brutal day today. S&P 500 ending 1.5% lower, 4273 closing today. The bears certainly were in charge. Investors fretting over higher interest rates for longer. Concerns the economy maybe not as resilient as we thought. Among the data, consumer confidence stalling this month. The Federal Trade Commission filing a lawsuit accusing Amazon of monopolizing online marketplace services. Those shares ended down more than 4%. Separate reports also showed purchases of new homes fell to a 5-month low, while home prices in the U.S. rose to a record high over the summer. Advice for investors from Russ Kosterich at BlackRock. He says now is the time to focus on quality stocks.
We are back in an environment like 22, at least temporarily, where you're punished for high volatility, low quality assets. The market is rewarding consistency. And if you're an early growth stock, you're an EM stock, you're a small cap stock, you're getting penalized.
500 Information Technology Index now down more than 10% from its July high. And after the close, we had earnings from Costco.
Oh, you got the memo,
which I forgot
Tucker.
to do.
Big retailer, big box.
Yeah,
you know?
I don't think I've ever been in a Costco, actually.
You got to be a member, and you know what they say about.
Yeah, and I don't.
You don't
need,
want to join a place that.
A jar of 500 peeled, garlic things or whatever.
Yes, you do.
You can buy cars there. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
But they
know
come
that.
in a 6-pack.
They're working on healthcare too.
Anyway, the earnings coming
Read the
in better
Bloomberg, John. You'll find all this
than
out.
expected. But you have to pay, right?
Yeah, there's a
Pay
membership.
A member. Okay.
Yeah, you can come as my guest, John. Okay.
Do you shop at Costco?
That's okay.
I have in the past, but in Brooklyn it's too crowded.
Oh.
We drove in to the parking lot a few years ago and drove right out.
Because it's crazy.
This is the thing that's unique to well, maybe they do it other places. So they have bodegas in New York City, the small, tiny grocery stores. They go to Costco and buy the 100-pack of potato chips and then sell them individually.
Mm-hmm.
And because you pick them up and says not to be sold individually.
And it's like Kirkland brand.
Like so.
New York's a special place.
What happens in New York City stays in New York
Sorry.
City.
Forget I said that. Anyway, that's your Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Mr. John Tucker, thank you so much. Well, this story definitely caught our attention reading in this morning. It is among the most read on the Bloomberg. It's about the world's mega rich betting on U.S. renters to grow their billions.
Yeah, more specifically, how over the past decade, ultra-wealthy individuals and their firms have more than doubled their investments in apartments, largely in the sector known in the U.S. as multifamily housing. This, according, Carol, to the research firm Knight Frank.
All right, let's break it all down and get to these findings with U.S. Bloomberg News, U.S. commercial real estate reporter Natalie Wong joining us on Zoom in New York City. Natalie, Providence, who knew? We'll get to that in just a moment. First of all, tell us what's going on exactly.
Right. Thanks for having me on. So it's this really interesting trend of a period when everyone's shying away from commercial real estate, whether it's the massive institutions like Blackstone or the big banks who are trying to reduce their exposure. And in the meantime, you have these ultra wealthy billionaires that are snatching up properties. I think for them, it's really a diversification play, and they are trying to increase the allocation of their holdings to properties. And in the past, whereas that used to be for offices, clearly with the glut and drop in values of offices today, apartments seem like a much better bet for them.
Is this also a bet on just the fact that so many Americans with housing prices at a record in many parts of the country, mortgage rates high, that many people aren't going to be able to buy a home?
Yeah, that's a big part of it. We clearly see that there's been a shortage in affordable housing for people. That's pushed a lot of people into the rental market. There's a lack of housing even across the rental space across major cities, and that's why we've seen rents continue to rise even over the past year. I think that for these folks, they're kind of looking at this from an extremely long-term play. They're less exposed to the fluctuations in the debt market, and they can often pay with cash, or they have special strong financing relationships with banks that are willing to fund them. And for them, they're looking at this as kind of a stable long-term play and a bet really on the growth of major cities like New York or Chicago, that, even if the property market continues to struggle across commercial real estate, for the foreseeable future, some of the best properties will probably still continue to produce income for these folks.
I kidded at the top, Providence, who knew? But we're talking about rent growth over the past 6 months, and Providence, Rhode Island, right, up about 8%. So that's kind of atop the list, even more so than New York City.
Right, that's topping the list. We're seeing Grand Rapids also top the list. I think Hartford is in that list as well. And, you know, I think it really goes to the boom across maybe cities that, you know, aren't like New York or Chicago. But with the pandemic, we've seen that people might not have to work in the office. They might not necessarily need to do their shopping in retail, but they do need homes. And so we've seen kind of a boom across some of these secondary cities, some of the more suburban areas. And I think that we're seeing these billionaires, ultra wealthy folk try to get in at a time when there's less competition in the space. And also the returns look far more attractive than compared to, say, 2 years ago when we saw double-digit rent growth across many of these cities and everyone trying to bid for properties. There's been a step back in today's market, and that kind of provides a perfect buying opportunity for long-term investors that have access to capital today.
Well, speaking of access to capital, Natalie, do we know how these billionaires are financing these purchases? Are they just paying cash? Are they actually financing them? I mean, rates are very, very high right now.
They're extremely high. In a lot of cases, they're putting in a lot of cash. I think in some situations, banks, it's not like they don't have liquidity. They're just being a lot more cautious as to what they're lending on and who they're lending to, because, you know, we've seen even some of the biggest folks default on their loans. But I think for these billionaires, I mean, relationships between a lender and their borrower is one of the most important things for these types of institutions. And I think if you're a billionaire like Zara founder Amancio Ortega, you might have less hurdles to cross if you're looking for a lender for a deal like this.
I wonder, and I don't know if you've kind of looked into this side of it too, I think about what it means, though, for the renters and stuff, with investors getting involved. Does that mean, is it problematic? I mean, rent is often set by, you know, the market, right, or the geography, if you will. But I do wonder if this is going to mean higher rental costs potentially for renters.
Yeah, I think some of the specific deals that we quoted in the story, you know, Ortega buying that $232 million luxury apartment building in Chicago, and then another billionaire buying a Manhattan Gramercy apartment. Those are kind of already luxury apartment buildings where I think the clientele for those buildings are used to paying top-notch rents. I don't necessarily see a flood of interest in rent stabilized or rent controlled properties. Investors are definitely shying away from that right now. We're seeing a lot of talk about that even with the Signature Bank portfolio, where there is a significant chunk of rent stabilized properties, and sort of the question as to who wants to take on that risk.
That's interesting.
But I think I think these folks are largely targeting some of the higher end apartments, which, you know, there's always going to be demand for at this time.
Do we know, you know, not necessarily average rents, but when you say higher end, give us some context for our listeners and viewers around the world, like, you know, $3,000 a month for a one bedroom?
Yeah, well, I think in Manhattan, I haven't looked at the most recent numbers, but I think we're topping near like $4,000 on average for an apartment, right?
I was off by 30%.
Hey, John, you're at pied à terre, right? That's what you're paying, $4,000 a month.
I will tell you, no, this is true. My $325 for a 30-year. My mortgage now is less than what I pay in tolls and gasoline to get to work.
And that's why you're not moving.
Oh, I'm never going to sell that place. No way.
You're part of the problem.
They're carting me out.
You're part of the problem.
Yeah, listen.
Well, I don't apologize.
All right, the pied à terre, though, no? 4,000?
Yeah, you can afford a place in the city now.
Then
you don't have any tolls.
The whole reason I live at the beach is to get away from, well, I won't say it.
Yeah, we know where you're going. Natalie, this is a fascinating story, and I also thought it was interesting how that before the pandemic, you had the world's rich really focused on office properties, but we know what's going on there, so they've shifted into rental properties and residential. So a really interesting story in terms of what's going on today. Bloomberg News U.S. commercial real estate reporter Natalie, thank you so much. Natalie Wong joining us on Zoom in New York City.
Also, thanks to John Tucker, who
what are you laughing at?
Hanging out in our studio today.
Sorry, I think I've revealed way too much.
Yeah, you'll just have people showing up. Showing up at your house.
It's $1,500 a month is my mortgage.
How much are you paying in tolls?
So versus your commuting, you mean for a month?
And commuting? No, it's $600 in tolls.
Oh, okay.
We got to go, Tucker. We got to
gasoline, insurance.
This is Bloomberg.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with your company news. Target closing 9 stores in 4 states. They say they're trying to stem losses from rising retail theft. What they say in the industry is shrinkage. 1 Manhattan location, that's going to be shut down, along with 2 in Seattle, 3 in Northern California, and 3 in Portland, Oregon. Target said in a statement the store is going to close October 21st. Here's what the statement says. We cannot continue operating these stores because theft and organized retail crime are threatening the safety of our team and guests and contributing to unsustainable business performance. Wells Fargo and Centerbridge Partners joining forces. They're starting a direct lending fund. This is the latest in a flurry of bank efforts to gain share in the $1.5 trillion with a T private debt market. Wells Fargo joins a growing list of banks who are trying to muscle into the private credit space in recent weeks. Private credit has erupted in popularity in recent years. First as investors sought higher yielding assets in a low rate environment, and then amid rising interest rates globally, as a lot of private loans, they do have floating rates. And of course, the Federal Trade Commission, you've been hearing this all day long, has sued Amazon. This is a long anticipated antitrust case. The e-commerce giant being accused of monopolizing online marketplace services by degrading the quality for shoppers and then overcharging the sellers. It's also accused of illegally forcing sellers on its platform to use its logistics and delivery services. And those are your company stories we're following. I'm John Tucker, and this is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
It's Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. Nancy Lyons is in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. A New York judge says Donald Trump is liable for fraud by exaggerating his net worth by billions on financial records that were submitted to banks and insurers. It is a major victory for the state's attorney general before a high-stakes civil trial over remaining claims in the case. Attorney General Letitia James had sued Trump, his real estate company, and his 2 adult sons, accusing them of inflating the value of Trump's biggest assets over 10 years. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is at a crossroads when it comes to a government shutdown. He needs to decide whether to pass an interim spending bill sent over by the Senate or try to pass 4 appropriations bills before moving toward a House stopgap measure. Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson says if he opts for the Senate bill, he'll likely need support from some House Democrats. But that's a big ask with an impeachment inquiry underway into President Biden.
If they hadn't decided to proceed with this impeachment, there would be more Democrats willing to cooperate, willing to compromise. I think now more positions are hardening. There may still be because voters don't want a shutdown, but we'll have to see.
Bloomberg Washington senior editor Wendy Benjaminson speaking earlier with Bloomberg Sound On. President Biden is in Detroit, where he engaged with United Auto Workers who were striking against the big 3 automakers. He told them while the automakers are taking in record profits, workers should be looking at a record contract. UAW President Shawn Fain thanked the president for supporting their efforts.
This is a historic moment, the first time in our country's history that a sitting USA president has came out and stood on the picket line.
Biden is likely hoping that visit will earn him a union endorsement. Tomorrow, former President Trump will be doing the same when he travels to the state. Global news 24 hours a day, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in over 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Tim and Carol.
Thank you so much for that update, Nancy Lyons. Really do appreciate it. We got some great stories among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal this afternoon.
I know. Which one do you think, John?
You know, this is why. So today's a special. I'm just going to fill everybody in. Today's a special day because we got John Tucker here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio.
Is back tomorrow.
He's filling in for Charlie Pellet. I think he'll be here later this week. There's a reason he's not allowed in the studio with us usually.
Do you think John is more likely to wear?
Because the two of them.
Do you think he's more likely to wear massive shoes or go to the Victoria's Secret fashion show?
With massive shoes on.
With massive shoes on.
All right, the reason we're talking about this is because there's an article in the BBC that talks about why massive shoes are the trend of the year. I could have told the BBC this. I'm flying back. I'm flying back from California.
Doesn't it depend on how big your foot is?
No, we're talking. Look at the pictures of the shoes.
Look at the pictures.
Yeah.
Sorry for everybody on radio.
Okay.